Get it popping up in here. Tuesday, baby. Ready? Ready for this dub? Ready for this Trump dub? Get it, y'all. Look, we ready to get started. Look, my fault. Got my camera covered. You can never be too safe. So, in case y'all don't see, I guess y'all normally don't know, I always have the camera covered, of course, when I'm not live or anything. Just in case, you never know what I didn't click the button before and went live on accident before, so y'all probably don't know that. But what's good, Peggy? Yeah, praying Trump wins. Oh yeah, it's looking like light work. Like Trump is already kind of smoking. He's cooking already. Okay, so I'm about to turn to one of the stations here so we can actually see more specifically what they're saying. I mean, heavy population density of New York, they already called in favor of Harris, even though there's like no votes there. So I'm a little confused sometimes about how they do it, but they just kind of project to like, okay, this who's gonna win. North Carolina is actually still pretty close. At first, it was looking a little rough for Trump, but it looks like he's kind of kicking her ass. I definitely knew that Trump is gonna gain in Pennsylvania because, like, the way that's going, they're not even gonna finish. So here's the thing that sucks. This is kind of stupid and it's gonna piss a lot of y'all off. But if y'all been paying attention, y'all heard Pennsylvania has some voting issues in what was it? What county was that? Hell, I can't remember the name of the county. Bucks County. And they had issues there and another county as well. So they extended the voting on early voting and they extended it again today to like, I believe 10. So we got some issues. They called it for Trump. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me turn some audio on. Let me shut up for a second. Where hold on. Let me go to X real quick. They got a couple results here. Election results. Well, Google isn't updated.
And welcome back
yet.
here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on this election night. I want to bring into the conversation my colleague Austin Westfall here in the Live Now newsroom and 24 Sites, Tom LoBianco. We all are here tracking all of this, and we have a lot to get to. Let's first start off right now. Where does the Electoral College stand at 9:30 Eastern, Austin?
Right now, the Electoral College, and let's get over to this because we are starting to see Trump 178 here, and we'll make sure that we've got the map up because Trump is getting, right now, he is just under 100 points away from that magic number 270. Harris with 99. There are still a lot
to go.
Big Democratic states that are yet to be called. California, Oregon, Washington.
What's
Those are
good,
going to be
Darren?
some of the bigger states
What's
that are
good?
going to put
Hopefully,
some more votes on the Harris side. Nonetheless, we're, of course,
Hopefully that's a
tracking
little
all
better.
the battleground states, that being Michigan,
Hope that's a little better, Peggy.
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia.
Turn my audio up a little
we
bit.
have no results yet out of the two western battleground states, Arizona and Nevada. But as you can see so far right now, as we look at Wisconsin, at least where it stands, with 12% of the votes counted, it looks like this battleground state, Trump has a 4-point lead so far. That state leaning red at this early hour. Michigan, let's look at that.
They got a long way to go in
12% of the
Wisconsin,
votes
though.
counted. Right now, Harris has about an 8% lead in Michigan. Pennsylvania, what many consider to be, it's an easy argument to be made, that this is the most crucial battleground state of them all. Just over a quarter of the votes have been tallied so far, and right now, Harris has an 11-point lead over Donald Trump. We'll see if more Republican votes file in as the night progresses. Of course, every single poll has indicated that that is as tight as can be. Moving down to some of these southern states, let's focus on North Carolina. 58% of the vote being tallied so far, and right now Trump has about a 4-point lead. Excuse me, that's looking more like a 3-point lead for Trump in the Tar Heels state. The final one I'll get to here is Georgia. Andrew, 75% of the vote tallied. Three-quarters.
She getting whooped.
Is in the Peach State.
She getting whooped in Georgia.
Has a 5.4% lead that's where we're at right now.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. Tom, with whatever Austin
we
just
need
said
Pennsylvania,
there,
though.
giving the roundup of the battleground states, can we glean anything from them, from the results coming in right now?
Yeah, and super helpful there. Look, the numbers that we are seeing right now from Georgia and North Carolina really seem to show him running away with it down in the Sun Belt, okay, especially in Georgia. All right. Now, this is very tentative, but some of the early exit polls we have seen have shown Trump performing, a lot more men voters showing up and supporting Trump. All right. And that's a really big dynamic. We've talked a lot about women voters with Harris. All right. But up in the Rust Belt, Wisconsin, Michigan, all right, Pennsylvania, especially in Wisconsin and Michigan, we're still not too many returns yet. I think I saw like 9% returns, something like that, up in Wisconsin. So it's going to be a little while before we see what's happening up in the Rust Belt, Blue Wall.
Yeah,
but down the Sun Belt, especially in Georgia, it's looking really good for Trump right now.
That's what I'm seeing. This is North Carolina. Projected winner Trump.
Right, we do have live pictures there inside the Trump-Vance election night watch party. We also have live pictures outside there at the Harris-Walz election night watch party as well there on the campus of Howard University in Washington. Tom, let's talk, though, now about some of these key Senate races that we're getting the results in. Let's focus our efforts first there in Ohio between the Democratic incumbent Sherrod Brown and his Republican challenger Bernie Moreno, and we were talking before the break, Austin, you and I, about the Senate.
I'm not going to watch these guys
here
the whole time. I'm going to kind of I'm going to hop back and forth a little bit, guys. So, because, yeah, we'll get back to them. I'm going to look at the map. So, let's see what we got. Okay. Yeah, it looks like they're calling North Carolina, but I think technically this could still turn. So, you never know, so you would definitely want to kind of keep an eye out. The only thing that's concerning, of course, is Pennsylvania, but there's a long way to go. It does look like that gap is definitely not widening, or it's closing. So we don't know how that one's gonna go. But Trump did by far the most rallies in Pennsylvania, so that's kind of definitely he needed that. But just so y'all know, Pennsylvania is tough because there's more registered Democrats there. There was like 200 to 300K more registered Democrats there. So if everybody shows up in Pennsylvania, then Trump basically loses. But if people don't show up, then he wins. So that's a tough one. Kansas, where's Kansas? Yeah, I mean it's early, but yeah, that's definitely closer than I thought it would be. So. But, yeah, Colorado is about what I expected. I mean, so far it's really what I expected, even though I'm admittedly a little surprised that Pennsylvania is up as high as it is for Harris. But, again, I mean, they keep adding numbers to it. It keeps going back and forth, so we don't know how that's going to go. So, got a couple different links up here. I had TYT. Yeah, I guess they're on break on TYT. I wanted to see what they were going to be talking about. They even got ballot counting here. MSDNC. So yeah, they just got some music playing, but on live now they actually talking. Let me see what they're talking about.
Sherrod Brown always was one of the more populist Democrats and was able to outpace national Democrats in Ohio. That might be changing. Okay. That's really important to watch. And if that is, I think that's a leading indicator of a bigger problem for Democrats right now. But again,
Tom, just want to chime in here. We are getting a race call because we're talking about Senate races, Tom. This is a Senate race in Maryland. This was an open seat here. Angela Alsobrooks, the Democrat, beating former Republican governor of Maryland, Larry Hogan, there in this Senate seat. It's being vacated by retiring Democrat Ben Cardin there. So this seat stays in Democratic hands here.
There's no surprises there, guys. No surprises
on this. A lot of Republicans, and you and I have talked about this race, Tom.
Facts,
thought
commerce.
This could be a pickup that Hogan would somehow materialize a victory. That's not the case here tonight. 55 to 43 with a little over half of estimated votes counted here. This was also Brooks to lose. She has not done that. The AP calling the race for her.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I remember years ago when then Lieutenant Governor Michael Steele ran against Ben Cardin. All right. And there was a lot of talk that he might be the Republican to do it, especially because he was the first elected black statewide politician in Maryland. Okay. He ended up losing by a pretty similar margin to that. Now, we don't know because we've only seen about 55% or so right now. But if that divide holds up, it just really goes to show for Maryland. I mean, Hogan was an incredibly popular governor of Maryland and did a lot to break away from Trump, which is what you need to do in, traditionally blue
Ted
Maryland.
Cruz,
Maybe you
Texas,
just can't win statewide,
projected.
at least in these Senate races.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, Tom, talk to us, because there are several examples around the country, correct, of some of these competitive races where the candidates have had to move more to the center in order to win votes in these battleground states. Can you talk about some of the notable ones?
Well,
I mean,
we
did
used
Larry
to say
Hogan
40 years
try to do that?
ago,
Tom,
or 50 years ago, all politics is local. I think it's all politics is national now. I'm not sure that you can break away from this stuff. I remember I was up at the state fair in Maryland.
Look, I'm gonna pause them for a second. Yo, Polymarket going crazy, bro. Like they're going crazy. Like Trump wins Arizona up 92% on Polymarket. That's insane. Like, and he's still up on the presidency. So everybody thinks, at least in betting markets, they think that he's gonna win. So just so y'all know, a lot of these people, I mean, there's some sharks. Like they're not no slouches. So it's not just any and everybody. I mean, you can just go on there and bet, but the favor is based off of like how many people, how much money. So it's not just people just guessing. Like they legitimately strongly believe in and have done and looked at data that makes them think that Trump is definitely going to win it. Pennsylvania being the really the only concern for me, because it looks like he's cooking everywhere. Pennsylvania is like really neck and neck though. So, but yeah, so he's up. Like they think he's gonna win Michigan. So of course the actual votes is what counts. So here we go. They're talking about this now.
Maybe potentially get Allred up over the top. Cruz historically has been fairly unpopular. As statewides go for Texas, but that doesn't seem to be the case right so far. But again, we still got 1/3 of the vote still to come in. That could change, but as these race calls go, it becomes harder later in when you have more of the precincts reporting. It becomes a lot harder for these candidates to overtake a gap of that size. So it looks like Cruz is in pretty good position right now.
Even though Texas is a deep red state, is there anything to learn from some of the counties within a deep red state like that?
Well, it's, we've been talking about this as the gender election. And, boy, you talk about, groups of voters that are not a monolith. Men and women are not monolithic. They do not vote uniformly.
Nope.
Okay. I think we really got to look at and especially as the exit polls come back more, and we match that up with the actual vote tallies. I think we're going to have to look at some of the key dynamics, what people are talking about, what concerns them. Abortion is not the only animating
Shout out to
issue
MAGA.
for women. I heard a lot about the economy, too. And Trump seems to do better on the economy with women. But that's also not always the case. As Harris had been cutting into that. So
ain't no way.
Elections are always wild. There's always surprises on election night.
Yeah, that's
Tom,
true.
Happy, though, let's focus our efforts on one more key Senate race we're watching. Let's go to Wisconsin now, between Democratic incumbent Tammy Baldwin and her Republican challenger Eric Hovde there.
Yeah, we don't want to
estimated votes counted.
We don't want to hear about them. Like, look, they said, check out this piece of news. It says Trump more than doubles black support in Wisconsin according to NBC exit polls. So shout out to my people, okay? So the black folks is out here in force. All right, we not playing around. We trying to get our paper straight, okay? At the end of the day, look, we all may be different colors, but money is still green, okay? So we trying to make sure that we get these results. So let's see what they talk about here. Let's go to Google. Let me pause live now. Live now is definitely a good place to go. That's why I keep going there. So yeah, they pretty much called it. Like, they don't have all the vote in, so just remember, guys, you never know. They might at any time be like, well, you know, we got some more magic mail-in ballots or something. So yeah, I mean, that is extremely close. Like, that is 20,000 votes away. I mean, that is crazy close, and they're not reporting that much yet. But to be honest with you, I mean, this is really what matters. Like, I mean, Pennsylvania is big. And again, the gap is definitely closed. So it's closing more and more. But we got to see how that turns out. But, I mean, Trump is cooking. This is so bad. So far, it's looking so bad for Kamala that she could potentially lose even without winning, even if she does win Pennsylvania. That's how bad it's looking. Because if Trump, like, manages to win, you know, a couple more swing states, then it's over. And everybody thinks he's going to win Arizona. But, again, I mean, they haven't even started. They haven't even started, like, because, you know, it's the time zones, like, they're way over to the west. So, you know, they're not even done voting over there, you know. So, yeah, it's going to be a minute for that. But, like, I figure I'll stay on here until so Kamala and Trump have a interview at 11:30 on Fox. So I was going to peep that, and that's probably going to be a wrap, because it doesn't look like this election is going to close out today. It just doesn't look like that's going to happen. So I'm definitely going to be locked in the whole time. Let me see what they're talking about on live now.
Firm that gives them more power, and that's really important here. And the Senate Republicans could be, I mean, they look to be in a very strong position right now. And, you know, if this goes as it looks, it might go with John Thune potentially becoming the Senate Majority Leader. And again, a lot of things still yet to play out within the Senate Republican Conference. That would give Senate Republicans and Senator John Thune out of South Dakota a lot of power.
Yeah, you know, Tom, speaking of who would be in charge of Senate Republicans, who would be the leader there, we aired Rick Scott's victory speech last hour, and almost in the same breath, he moved on to yet another race he's waging, and that is for Republican leader in the Senate. He's thrown his hat into the ring. He's been very critical of current leader McConnell. McConnell stepping back, but will remain in the Senate here. So I believe those elections take place internally for Republicans on the House and Senate side, November 13th. We won't put the cart before the horse here. We'll focus on today's election. But I just want to get your sense here. Let's focus on the Harris-Trump campaigns right now. And Tom, you got a lot of sources within the Trump campaign. That's their election night watch party. We have this, what we call a switched feed here. We're seeing a lot of folks there with red MAGA hats. I also just saw one of these Jewish Trump voters as well. You see there, people taking selfies. So, you know, you can get a sense of the vibes. You can't really glean anything.
Look, you got all the pretty chicks is on the MAGA side.
What do you see when you
everybody ugly is on the everybody ugly is voting for Harris. I'm just keeping it a buck. Keeping it a buck.
Well, you know, this campaign, and we've talked about this extensively throughout the election, is, you know, as Trump campaigns go, has been remarkably disciplined. All right, and you got to give credit to Susie Wiles there and Chris LaCivita and Tony Fabrizio, kind of that trio at the top of this operation. All right, but there have been a lot of concerns. I mean, look, when the Iowa poll came out, Ann Selzer showing a lot of problem with women voters in Iowa for Trump. You know, you started seeing that reflected by Trump himself on stage at these rallies. All right. Whether it's performative on purpose or whether he's just getting tired and, you know, worn out, whatever the reason, he's very transparent in his emotions and how he's feeling about things. We've always known that about him. So
he's just honest. What do you mean? He's honest.
Look, the early results that we're seeing, again, go back to the Sun Belt, especially Georgia and North Carolina, doing incredibly well there. And if these exit polls turn out to be correct, with a larger number of men breaking for Trump, especially with minorities, Black and Latino voters, that gives a lot of confidence. All right. And you can see that reflected in the crowd. But there's still a lot of concerns with women breaking hard for Harris. All right. In the last couple days of the race. So still a lot to be determined here.
Yeah,
it's still,
Tom,
this is early.
It is early, Tom. I mean, I keep reiterating that point. We have a live picture, though, at Harris's election night watch party there on the campus of Howard University. Of course, she's an alum there. So let's talk about how the Harris campaign might be feeling.
I'm so sad for my people, guys.
Today, Tom.
I'm so sad for my people, guys. Like, they're just, they lost. I don't know what to tell y'all. Like, they lost. Kamala Harris is a phony. And she's literally not black. She's taking advantage of trying to pretend she's black so that she could get votes. And she's pretending about everything, including being black. And the fact that so many people that look like me are fooled so easily, and they keep being fooled so easily by like pretty much anything anybody lies to them about, it's like shocking. It's like, how the hell do you like beat the propaganda? So that's all I can do is keep putting out these damn videos.
NBC News. There was a lot of talk a couple days ago about the Madison Square Garden rally and the Puerto Rico comments really damaging Trump with Latinos and Puerto Ricans. Okay, that does not seem to have translated.
That's what I was about to say. What the hell are you talking about? Ain't no evidence of that.
Latino, the men, all right, and third and fourth generation younger Latinos. All right, so if that is the case, it's going to be a lot harder for her. Especially, you can't even talk about places like Arizona at that point. Nevada could be a little bit different. All right, Nevada's it's its own unique beast, but in Arizona, if that trend stays true, you can pretty much write off Arizona for Harris, and again, and then it becomes an issue in Pennsylvania. All right, you got to look at Allentown, the Lehigh Valley.
I'm gonna play a more interesting clip here. So from what I'm seeing it's like some of the meltdowns are starting. It's funny.
I want some good news tonight. I can feel the anxiety in the crowd.
It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida, and that kind of extreme, sort of extremist, right-wing, fascist-type government in Florida, does that make it a more attractive place?
They want some good news.
Joy, this is okay. So let's take a moment to send our condolences to Joy Reid's hairline. Bruh, this lady is straight up. I don't know if it's intentionally appropriating white culture. I mean, it's sad that. I mean, bruh, like, you need to just let it go, Joy. Like, just shave it off. Because this looks crazy. The fact that this lady is so racist, I'm sure everybody's seen MSDNC before. The fact that this lady is just always talking about right-wing fascism, whatever. Like, she says a lot of stuff about white people that's extremely crazy. And the fact that she says that, and yet she has blonde hair. So technically, for those who don't know, in certain parts of Africa, there are black people who naturally have literally blonde hair and blue eyes. But I can assure you that Joy Reid does not know that. Okay, I promise you she doesn't, because nobody knows that except for nerds like me. Okay, so this lady don't need to be talking nothing about no appropriation. I mean, she's basically a literal puppet for the white man, just a white man that's on the Democrat side. So, like, with me, at least y'all know what I support on this channel. I talk about it all the time. So, yeah, there's some meltdown there. Let me see what they're talking about over here.
Another NBC News exit poll in Wisconsin suggesting, this is Dasha Burns of NBC News, suggesting that Trump has doubled his black support in Wisconsin. Wow. Trump is polling apparently about 20% of the black vote versus 78% for Kamala Harris. 4 years ago, he won 8% of black voters in Wisconsin. I mean, you're looking at identity realignment happening in real time in the election cycle. NBC News exit poll in Wisconsin.
Let's go, baby. Yeah, I don't think they got anything new. It's probably gonna be a while before they come up with anything new.
You've been so instrumental.
Thank you, guys.
Austin, thank you too. We're gonna take our final commercial break of this hour. More results where that came from. We're also going out live to the Trump Vance watch party in West Palm Beach. Some of our reporters standing by. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
The know-it-all. He's a football encyclopedia.
All right, I'm gonna pause that. Let me show y'all what Libs of TikTok is posting here.
Want to turn now to Cecilia Vega, because Cecilia, I know you did some reporting in Pennsylvania. What are we learning about what may be happening in the Keystone State?
Yeah, we're just back from a reporting trip there. Look, this is the Holy Grail. Margaret said it at the top of the show with its 19 Electoral College votes. And I think, Nora, to understand the significance of Pennsylvania, all you got to do is look back to the final day of campaigning. Both candidates there, Donald Trump telling everybody, if we win Pennsylvania, we'll win this whole ball of wax. Kamala Harris ending her final rally on the steps of the famous Rocky Steps there. But look, Al Schmidt, the Secretary of State, told me we are probably not going to know the results from Pennsylvania tonight. Delay does not mean anything nefarious is happening. Pack your patience, you said at the top.
Sure. Of course not. But yeah, that margin is narrowing even more. So as you can see, it was 47% Trump, and now it's 48%. They still obviously have a ways to go to at 38% total. So it's going to take a while. So yes, unfortunately, we probably aren't going to know tonight, but then again, we might. I think that they might give projections tonight. They've projected every damn thing else. He said, why'd I put Joy Reid on the screen? Look, I put Joy Reid on the screen so we could roast her together. Okay, we want to roast Joy Reid because she looks disgusting. I'm like, bruh, just give it up. Just shave it off. Like, look, my hair still grows, but it ain't growing like that. I knew when it was time to get a clean shaver and just shave that mug off. Joy Reid she just doesn't know. She's hanging on desperately. Okay, she's pulling a Kamala. Okay, she's trying with pure desperation, and it's just not working. It's the same thing. Kamala Harris's career is going the same way as Joy Reid's hairline right now. Okay, it's not going well. It's not straight. It's not acting right. It's just not going well. But let's see what we got. So seeing where we're close. So yeah, they already called. They already called Colorado. Most places already called that. So yeah, it's really like over here because Harris is gonna catch up in the votes over with some of these kind of Western places, but Nevada and Arizona, those are the ones I'm curious about. So the betting markets are favoring Trump for Arizona and Pennsylvania. Heavily Arizona, though, because of the border. Now, Nevada, I don't know. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know. So we'll have to see what's going on with that. Let me see if they're back on live now.
Confident they can secure the magic number of 270 electoral votes.
For early voting, it was definitely, we didn't have as much mail turnout, and that's not just for our party, that's for any party in terms of voting. But after today, we're seeing a change, and we're seeing such optimism.
Millions of voters braved long lines to cast their ballots, each with different issues in mind.
Under a new Trump administration, I think we're going to have more secure borders.
We have everything going for us, but we're going to lose a lot of that if Trump wins.
But with the race neck and neck, it could be days before we know the final results. During a visit to thank his campaign staff, the former president expressed his frustration with the vote counting process.
They should do paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, and be done.
I agree.
One day, same day. And you'd have by 10 o'clock.
No matter the outcome, the winner of this election will have a challenging task on the first day of their administration.
One of the most important jobs of whoever the president-elect is going to be has got to be unifying the country.
Donald Trump was asked earlier today if he'll accept the results of this election if he loses. He said, if it's, quote, a fair election, I'll be the first to acknowledge it. Andrew, back to you.
So, Rebecca, I had a question because remember, a lot of reporters have been asking Trump whether or not he would be voting in favor of Amendment Question 3 and 4 on marijuana and abortion in Florida. We haven't really gotten a sense of how he voted on that, though we do know those questions failed there in Florida.
Yes, so we didn't really get a clear answer from Trump on how he voted on those measures, but as you said, really not a big deal. They failed today.
All right, Rebecca Castor there live for us in West Palm Beach. Rebecca, talk soon. Thanks so much.
Yeah, they were trying to.
Meantime here, we do have yet another race call that we have to make. The Associated Press calling Missouri for Donald Trump here. Let's take that. You see there. 30% of estimated votes counted right now, though. This was enough to call the race for Trump there in the Show Me state. There you can see the vote margin. So in the meantime, we do want to bring it into the conversation as well. Remember, we're checking in on some of the trends going on.
Not over till it's over,
social media as
it's
well,
looking good so far.
We are about 15 seconds away from the top of the next hour. That means polls will close in some of these western states as well. Let's check in with Live Now's Christina Evans, and she joins me. Christina, what's going on social media right now?
Oh, Christina.
Absolutely, Andrew. It's been a very busy night on social media as well. We're getting a lot of updates and able to see what's happening on the ground in certain states, including Arizona, one of those critical battleground states. I do want to show you another look here in our social center so you can get an idea of kind of how we're tracking these tweets and these other posts as they're coming in to our newsroom. But let's talk about the latest one that we're seeing out of Arizona. This is thanks to Fox 10. We're getting this update. What you're seeing now on your screen, this is an update there from Fox 10 reporter Kinsey Beach. She's there on the campus of Arizona State University.
Hold up. Don't worry about Christina for a second, because check this out, guys. Pennsylvania. Trump is neck and neck. Trump is neck and neck with he's neck and neck with Kamala, bruh. 42%. Trump is right there. A couple grand away, okay, like a drop in the bucket away from overtake. Oh, wait a minute, hold up. I wasn't looking. My eyes is shot because Trump leads Pennsylvania. I stand corrected. Trump leads Pennsylvania. Okay, so it's looking like this coalition is working. Okay, like it's looking horrible for Harris right now. Okay, like she got, whatever. You can have Colorado, like, ain't that where Columbine happened? Anyway, yes, it's looking good. We got to keep this momentum going, though, because only 43% reporting. So anything can happen. Okay, anything can happen, but it's going to be tough. Yeah, oh, yeah. That's crazy, bro. Y'all better stop. Y'all better stop talking about Virginia, bro. No way. No. Bruh, no, they didn't just call Trump for Virginia. Oh yeah, okay, bruh, okay. This is looking like she's getting cooked, bro. She's getting cooked. Kamala's getting cooked. Kamala's getting cooked. Okay, I don't want to get too hype. I want to have to take this live stream down later because I'll take it down. Look, this is the plan, guys. Okay, I don't know if are they talking about Pennsylvania? Let's see if they're talking something about it.
So we are going to go through some of the Electoral College vote.
All right, I don't care about what he's talking about. But look, if it starting to, for some crazy reason, just go sideways, like it just, then stream over, okay? I'm logging off. Okay, we closing down the channel. Okay, it's over. Okay, because you might as well close it down now because Kamala will be after me. Okay, it won't be long before I'm in prison. Okay, right alongside Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Okay, so they're gonna have me, Officer Tatum, ABL, Black Conservative Perspective, Greg Foreman. Everybody gonna be in prison. Tim Pool. Okay, so we basically got to win this. Okay, otherwise it's over. Okay, Harris just took back the lead. So yeah, it's gonna go back and forth. This is gonna be tough. This is gonna be a nail biter right here, guys. So just, oh man, Wisconsin. Let me go. I'm gonna go back to live now. I'm gonna see what they're talking about because they might have some. I'm sure they clearly have more resources than me. It's literally just me doing everything over here. So let me. Oh, they got somebody's victory speech. I don't know who this lady is. Michigan. I'm guessing, hold on, let me see what she said.
And that's one of the reasons why we're here in Ford Field tonight, to really emphasize how important these partnerships were, from faith leaders to sports leaders to business leaders to law enforcement and our Attorney General, all of whom share with us a belief that our democracy is at its strongest when every voice is heard and when every vote is counted. Finally, I want to thank the millions of voters who participated in our democracy this election. Just like our Lions, you have made winners of all of us. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions. Go ahead.
Darylyn Horn with WWJ. Were there any instances of any issues or any misinformation spread today? And if so, how was that addressed?
One of the candidates, the former president, said there was a strong law enforcement present in Philadelphia and Detroit. That was not true. We quickly debunked it. To the extent that other people were upset, it was usually just...
All right, you cut. All right. Look, nah, we not doing no bad information about Trump today unless somebody's like, we want to make fun of the fake news. So let me see what TYT's saying. All right, TYT, I'm gonna need you to let's see what TYT's saying.
Positive change in the process.
All right, we're not doing ads for TYT, and no, I'm not becoming a member. So never become a member of the TYT, guys. Don't do it. Okay, so shout out to Linda. Okay, shout out to Linda. I be seeing you in the comments, so you be rocking and rolling in the comments. So I appreciate everybody. Look, comment multiple times, okay? Because everything you do adds to the algorithm, okay? So definitely leave comments. And Linda, I really appreciate you, okay? So anybody, any donations, I appreciate it. I am not a starving artist, but YouTube is not easy, okay? So I'm working my ass off over here. So I've been working at least half as hard as Trump has been working. Because Trump has been like, bro, I'm in my 30s. I can't imagine being 78. First off, a lot of black people these days don't even live, black men don't even really live much past where Trump is at. So you get about 78 and you black and you be eating fried chicken and gumbo and all this stuff your whole life, then you were extremely lucky. But just kind of going around, and this man had gotten like no sleep in like 60 days. So this guy is a freaking G. But anyway, so let's see what else we got. So Trump overtakes Harris again in Pennsylvania. That's gonna be, bro, I'm gonna be tripping all night about Pennsylvania, man. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to sleep, bro, because this is crazy. This is so closely contested, and they're probably gonna call this what's crazy? With all the automobile stuff in Michigan, how the hell is Harris winning? I don't understand. Manufacturing is like destroyed. I guess it's people who, not everybody's in manufacturing, but that's like a big thing. So I'm like, how the hell I don't get it. Okay, they're only at 17%, so Trump could still win it. But the fact that it's even like, the fact that she even has this many votes, like how? I don't get it. Oh yeah. Oh, for sure, Ryan. They're definitely gonna be tripping. I mean, they're probably tripping now. Like it's looking horrible. Like Kamala Harris has a very, very strong chance of losing Georgia. I mean, it's like, did they call Georgia yet? I don't think that they called Georgia. Because Google doesn't always, they're pulling from Associated Press. Let me see. I mean, I guess, but damn, look, if I don't sleep, eventually I start like getting sniffles and cold. Like it's like anybody who has any type of illness and you run into them, you're gonna catch it. Whereas if I'm getting a lot of sleep and stuff, then I could be around, I could be in a COVID party and I'm good to go. Like I don't catch nothing. So the fact that Trump is around so many people, I don't know, maybe he just built up a strong immune system with his 70 plus years on Earth. I don't know. I'm just typing in Georgia. I'm trying to see what y'all saying about Georgia right now, because they got exit polls. Like, I'm gonna show y'all this clip real quick. I'm gonna have to do some clip management. This is like 2 hours old.
First up, timing of your vote. We know so many went out for early voting. Let's see how those votes are breaking down in Georgia. Those who cast their vote early, look at this. They did not prefer a candidate if they early voted. It is split 49 for Harris, 49 for Trump.
Crazy.
All right, let's look at some of these other key data points. We know race was huge. The black vote was huge for Biden when he won by just a bit in Georgia there in 2020. So let's look at how they are turning out in this election. All right, this is the first time we can break this down among black voters and their support for Kamala Harris. While strong, she is below where Biden was in 2020, 4 years ago.
Good.
This number for Biden was more like 91. So she's running about 8 points behind where Biden was with the black vote in Georgia in 2020. All right, I have another data point where I'm going to combine this with gender, okay? So now you look at the black male voter in Georgia. We know both candidates have spent a lot of time courting them there. Democrats have been trying to convince them that they could be better for the economy. Trump has been trying to woo those voters. Remember, inflation's more than 20% in that state. With black men, Harris is at 73%, Trump at 25%. Let me give you perspective and context on that.
Good.
Joe Biden in 2020 had this number at about 87%, okay? So right now, she's running about 13 points with black men behind where Joe Biden was in 2020. All right, another data point there, Brett, because I know you asked. Black women as well in Georgia. We have been watching this. Here it is. Strong showing, 89%, but let me give you the perspective on that. Joe Biden with black women
like
in Georgia 4 years ago was at 95% of their support.
95.
She is also running behind with them by about 6 points. I'll leave you off with one other data point here. Again, this is the first time we are able to show you this. Education and race. Whites with no college degree in Georgia. Donald Trump, a strong showing there. He's at 77, getting 77% of their support. So,
boom. But yo, Tommy, I appreciate the love, bro. I appreciate you stopping in. Okay. Said he could sleep in 4 years. Look, as long as we win the damn election, so we can make America great again. I'm tired of these high ass prices. I'm so tired of the high prices, man. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of this immigration stuff. Okay, I want the black vote to be relevant. I want a conservative vote to be relevant. I don't want all the transgender stuff. That stuff is crazy, guys. Like, them people so mentally ill. Like, come on, stop playing with me. Okay, they're on commercial break. Look, there's a couple things I spotted here from election time. Okay, this is someone I follow, or I follow them on X. So if y'all ain't got X, go ahead and hop on, because there's plenty of stuff to see. This is where you get the fastest news is from X, point blank, period. So Bernie Moreno, projected winner for Ohio, U.S. Senate. Trump, Montana victory expected. Utah victory expected. Okay, Governor of New Hampshire, Kelly. I'm actually not really familiar with this lady, so I can't really talk. I'm familiar with Bernie Moreno, but I don't remember Kelly. So, but shout out to Kelly. Okay, so hopefully she's not a Nikki Haley type. Okay, so we see some blue down here. We're gonna ignore the blue. They projected Trump to win, but here's the thing. Trump actually, I don't remember if they projected a Trump win last time, but if y'all know anything about the urban vote out in Georgia, this is the past election, guy. Don't freak out. I was looking, I didn't mean to pull that over there as old. I'm doing an analysis on my own. But the urban vote, like in the city, they got a bunch of mail-in ballots like at the end. Now, that's probably not going to happen this time. So that's probably why they're making that projection. But it's one of them things where it's like, guys, you got to just wait and see with Georgia. I don't feel super comfortable with just, Trump's definitely going to win Georgia. Like, I think he will. And, but you just never know. But yeah, it's definitely looking rough for Kamala. And Trump overtook her by a decent amount in Pennsylvania, but that's not nearly enough. There's many more millions of people that are registered to vote there. They're saying 50%. So we still don't know how that's going to go either. X suspended you? Man, don't tell me you was out there spreading misinformation, talking about Joe Biden's cognitive decline. You were saying Joe Biden's too old, and it was like, all right, you're out of there. It depends on when. Like, if you got your account, I didn't have an account with X until Elon Musk purchased. Well, I had other channels. Like, look, shout out, since we're on live, y'all get more information than I normally talk about. I had a gaming channel. I still have the gaming channel. I don't do anything with that channel anymore, but it exists. And I had an account that I started for that, but it was so toxic. I didn't like using Twitter at the time. When Elon Musk purchased it, then I started using it for real, and it seemed like the environment was much better. They weren't suppressing people. It wasn't as many, like, Twitter used to straight up bully the hell out of anybody with any type of viewpoint on anything, but especially if it was like a right-wing, conservative, or moderate viewpoint. It was like extremely toxic bullying, like straight up cyberbullying, and they said that they would take down harmful stuff, but they never did unless it was from conservatives. It was extremely biased, and I just didn't want to even be a part of it. And I wasn't even really like super political at the time. I wasn't really hardly political at all at the time, and I still noticed that it was a bunch of bullshit. But anyways, let me see what they're talking about over here.
Profound difference.
Okay, Ted. Okay, Ted Cook. Is that that's Jocelyn's mother, Jocelyn Nungarai's mother.
We're going to.
Newsmax, I'm gonna check them out.
I also want to thank all the Democrats across Texas who crossed over and supported my campaign. Including especially Harris County District Attorney Kim Ogg. Who has stood strong for prosecuting violent criminals. And I want to thank every Texan across our great state who has stood with us in this fight, who worked and who fought for Texas. I want to congratulate Colin Allred on a hard-fought campaign. And I want to say to all of those who didn't support me, you have my word that I will fight for you, for your jobs, for your safety, and for your constitutional rights.
Let's go, Ted. Talk to him.
But tonight, the people of Texas have spoken.
Hey.
And their message rings clear as a bell across our great state. Texas will remain Texas. You know, the media were ready to write off Texas. And
why,
Chuck
though?
Schumer poured in more than $100 million to our state. Well, I want to say thank you, Chuck.
Chuck.
And I hope we win a few more Senate seats tonight because you wasted so much money in Texas.
Hey, let's freaking go, baby. Yeah.
They deployed every trick, every lie, and every Hollywood celebrity they could find. Chuck Schumer tried to buy this Senate seat like it was a piece of Manhattan real estate. But he learned what we've always known, that Texas isn't for sale. And Texans can't be bought.
Hey, look, shout out to my boy, Byron, Byron Donalds. Okay, so he keeps his spot.
I've traveled every corner of this state, from the Panhandle to the Valley, from deep East Texas to far in West Texas. We have traveled 9,094 miles, 53 rallies all over the state of Texas. I've worn out my boots, at times my voice, and certainly the patience of my incredible political team. who did an amazing job on this campaign and I think is the very best team in all of politics. And what I found traveling the state of Texas was worth every single mile. Because everywhere I went, I found something that gives me profound hope. Common sense isn't dead. It is alive and well in Texas. Everywhere I went, I met Texans who share a simple dream: to keep their families safe, to keep their freedom secure, and to keep their Texas values strong. Tonight, we are witnessing incredible results, especially with Hispanics across the state of Texas.
Yes, sir.
All right, you've been listening there to Senator Ted Cruz, the Republican winning re-election there, speaking to a crowd full of his supporters there. And you can see there, some have called this race for Cruz, though the Associated Press has not. And that is what we rely on here. You see there the numbers, Cruz up on all red now about over 10 points. And so we'll be waiting to see whether or not this race gets called sometime
it's looking like a landslide,
let's take that full. We have it.
It's looking like a landslide. I'm just saying.
68% of estimated votes counted there in this Senate race. Like I said, Cruz declaring victory there. We wait for the Associated Press, although some outlets have called this race for Cruz. In the meantime here, we do have some more race calls to get to. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here.
Bro, he's at 68%.
Right now,
he's not going to
focus
lose.
Our efforts on the presidential contest right now. Remember some of these Western states, polls closed there at the top of the last hour. I'm talking about Montana. All right, so Trump getting Montana's 4 electoral votes there.
Yeah.
And so this is not a shocker, not a surprise.
Yes,
Montana
sir.
really red there, though the Senate race, I believe, is too close to call there between Tester and Sheehy. In the meantime, let's move from Montana now to Utah. Remember, we brought you the results in the presidential contest from Utah, Trump sweeping Utah there. But there was a Senate race we had our eyes on because, remember, this is the seat being vacated by current Republican Senator Mitt Romney. This was the race to replace
Get him
Mitt
out of
Romney
here.
and Republican John Curtis.
I don't know
the current congressman right now there from Utah.
I don't know John
winning
Curtis.
This race,
but Mitt Romney
race
sucks
in Utah over his Democratic challenger there as well. So wanted to make sure we got some of those race calls in moving forward. In the meantime here, we do have some tweets. Want to put this up. This is from Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Let's go back to Texas. You see there, he says, congratulations, Senator Ted Cruz, on your big win. Senator Cruz will continue to defend Texas values of freedom, liberty, and prosperity in the U.S. Senate. Working together, we'll keep Texas. Texas, you heard that common refrain there from Ted Cruz at his party. All right, in the meantime here, we do want to bring into the conversation my friend and colleague, Austin Westfall, in the Live Now newsroom, who we've been relying so heavily on for what to make of these race calls. He joins me.
Let me see what TYT is talking about. Let's hear what the left has to say.
Believe that he was the victor there. So they still think that they're backing the winning candidate. So I mean, and I know we also are watching what's been happening in Florida. That is very disappointing, with specifically talking about their abortion addendum and how that went for them. It's very disappointing, but I think I would like to think that women's healthcare and, you know, just the way that women are treated in general in this country would have been a bigger, would have had a bigger impact in this election. And I think it probably still could, because we're still waiting for a lot of results to come in, especially from the West Coast. But here in Texas, Trump can say and do whatever he wants, and they're still going to vote for him regardless. I've never really met personally anyone who has switched their vote from Trump to not Trump.
I mean, I hear about it, certainly, but I do think it is fair to say that...
No, it happens, yeah, but I'm just saying it's not, like, terribly common.
Sure. I think he is better protected from the consequences of what he says and does than any other politician in living memory. The media, bubble around him.
Bro, so y'all think Trump... Let me pause this dummy for a second. Y'all think that Trump, probably the most heavily criticized politician in history, is protected Like, nobody scrutinizes him. I mean, they literally make stuff up. Like, he wants Liz Cheney to be executed. Like, these people are nuts. That's why what type of mental illness do these people have, bro? Like, I'm so confused about it. I don't want to hear nothing this fool got to say no more. Let me look at the map. I'm tired of looking at his stupid face. Like, he looks like somebody who thinks they're smart, but is dumb as hell. Anyway, let's see what we got going on. So Trump is getting a bigger lead in Pennsylvania. Again, still too early, so we can't call that. Okay, Georgia, man, look, Kamala Harris better not make a comeback here. It's been pretty much about where it's at. It just went up a little bit more with Trump still about where he was at. So, you know, I know I've seen some people call this for Harris, but again, like, without knowing the specific county, they might know the counties. I don't have the counties, and I'm probably not going to dig into that to see that. So it looks like, I don't know, guys. It's still looking like a sweep to me, bro. Like, so y'all tell me. Yeah, exactly. Like, they call this man Hitler. They say he's a white supremacist. He's a racist. He got Jewish people at his rallies, a bunch of black folks all the time, Hispanic folks. Like, it doesn't make sense, guys. I know Jewish people are like, you know, this is how racist these people are. They see, like, any type of person that's, like, with white skin as, oh, it's just a white person. But it's all kinds of different types of white people. It's different types of black Americans. There's black, and then there's African, and then there's Jamaican, and, you know, there's all kinds of there. You know, then you got all kinds of other different types of Asian. You got Chinese, Japanese, Vietnamese, right? Korean. But these people are racist as hell. They don't see it that way. You know, when convenient they do, but otherwise they just don't see it that way. But this dummy, Trump is allowed to get away with anything. Like, find people on both sides, they made up. Bloodbath, made up. Like, he says part of it, and then they just twist and contort, and it's like, y'all are doing so many twists and turns. Like, all of these radical leftists need to be in gymnastics. They need to work with the circus, because they doing all kinds of loop-de-loops and twists and backflips and all kinds of stuff. So, yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty solid, though. I mean, it's looking like what I expected. It's looking like a sweep. So Kamala is going to pick up, like, a bunch of stuff. Like, she's probably going to get, like, at least these 4, I'm thinking. Like, she's going to get Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and California. Arizona. Wow, they counted a lot of the vote already, man. The polls just closed. Arizona, shout out to the efficiency. Shout out to the efficiency with Arizona, bruh. Yo, it's all good. Like, I'm going to be up. The way that this works for me is I was already going to be up anyway. So does it take more energy to stream and try to keep y'all entertained? Of course it does. But this is too important. The work I've been doing on this channel was not exclusively to get Trump elected. Like, the work for this channel is inevitably to uplift people. It's to uplift black people. It's to uplift anyone else who watches. But of course, as a black person, I care about black people, and we're in a rut. Y'all know we're in a rut. Most people are not using the depths of their brains to make decisions. They're using their feelings, their emotions, and you can use that some, sure, but you need to think, if your result sucks, how do you get a better result? So that's why, again, Black Anomaly Rising was really Black Anomaly. Everybody and their mom had the name Black Anomaly, so I just had to put another thing on there. So I put Rising. That's the whole purpose behind it. Shout out to Cynthia. Cynthia in the building. What is good, Cynthia? Look, I had to do it. Look, I saw your comment, but I didn't see it was from you. So apologies that I didn't see it was from you. And I see you on here earlier. But yeah, so yeah, I appreciate the 10, Cynthia, and the cute Is that a fox or a squirrel? I can't tell. Looks like a fox. But yes, shout out to, look, we need to pray for Trump, okay? We need to pray for God's grace and God's mercy on this country, because when you look at the rest of the world, you know how the rest of this world works. We're in trouble if we start looking like freaking communist China and some of these other places. So, or like where Kamala, her original origins, where they got the freaking caste system, you know, where basically you're not allowed to go beyond a certain point. If you come from a broke family, you can't just, oh, we got a lot of money now, so we're higher rank. Like, no, that ain't how it works. Shout out to arranged marriages and whatever else nonsense they got going on. That's probably why Kamala lies so much, because y'all don't know this. I'm gonna put y'all in game. A lot of them other cultures and stuff from other countries, that's how they move. They lie and gaslight, and people think that American politics is as deep and dark as it gets. Foolishness. You got to learn your history. Look at some of these other countries, how they operate. They literally be out there killing people. You saw how Trump almost got killed. You see how bad it's gotten? It's gotten this way because all of these crazies are coming into the country. All of these unvetted people. It influences the psyche of a lot of people. You got a bunch of lunatics coming in. That's just how it works, guys. So, oh yeah, Van Jones. Oh man, that's gonna be my highlight. Now, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to catch it because, look, my cheap self doesn't have regular cable, so I'm gonna have to like catch it secondhand, like somebody else posted, then I react to it after or something if I can't find him live. But I'm looking forward to it. Best believe it's gonna be follow-up videos. Leftists cry after losing election to the greatest president of all time, to Teflon Don. Okay, so yeah, we still looking good in Pennsylvania. I'm feeling pretty good about Georgia, but that last little bit can make a difference. So I'm not gonna. This is how I honestly feel, guys. If we get North Carolina and Georgia, then the election's really over. If we get North Carolina and Georgia, because in that case, I mean, we already have, okay, what are all the swing states? So Wisconsin, Michigan, which we still could get, they're pretty low on the vote count, 22%. Hold on, make sure y'all could, oh shoot, hold on. Make sure y'all can see it. Look, I wish, look, my head is like almost in the way. Move my head out the way, hold on. Move my head. Okay, I didn't even realize this whole time my head was basically in the way. So let me see. There. Okay. Boom. Perfect. Yeah, so that's where we at, 57% reporting. And it's still close. It's still too close to call. North Carolina is looking good. Trump took a massive lead in North Carolina. That is pretty massive. Still could turn the tables, but he's probably, Kamala Harris screwed. Why the hell did they give 200? Look, somebody tell me, why the hell did they give $750? You knew this I guess they ran out of money. I think it was bad luck because they spent all the money on the migrants, on Ukraine, Israel. They was giving money to Gaza, and then Hamas was stealing the money and the supplies. So I think they might have literally just ran out of money. So they couldn't pander to North Carolina because they ran out of money. That's crazy, right? That is insane. Yeah, absolutely, Gary. I had to. She's jumped up to 40 million. Oh, you're talking about in terms of votes? Oh yeah, I mean, bro, who cares? Trump is leading, but Kamala Harris might still get it because California, I mean, guys, this state is like 3 states. Like, I mean, just look at it. That's the only reason why the Democrats get so close, why they can even get so close to winning, is because, I mean, I forget how many electoral votes this has, but it's a lot. So, and yeah, she just, how much? They're at 60%. New Mexico. Oh yeah. So I need to figure out like what's the deal with New Mexico, because these guys are a border state, but they're hard blue over there. Like, what the hell's going on in New Mexico? Asheville, North Carolina just went blue. I mean, you know, I expect there to be more North Carolina still went blue. I mean, yeah, it's fine, but as long as the whole state doesn't go blue, I mean, whatever. But that is kind of crazy that you got owned by the hurricane and you still, like, you get, I can't imagine getting $750, but being like, well, I still don't want a fascist. Like, I just don't get it. Like, these people are, I don't know, man, they're just weirdos, man. It's so weird. I don't get it, man. I don't get it at all. Let me pause. Let me see what they talking about. Not TYT. Not TYT. Old girl's kind of cute, but like her person, you can't get past the person. Now, this is a prime example that looks ain't everything, guys. It's a prime example because I can't do the woke leftist types, okay? Let me see what they're talking about.
Pennsylvania considered the most pivotal battleground state, 19 electoral votes up for grabs in the Keystone State. Right now, Trump has a roughly over 100,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris right now. So we're looking at Trump having just under 3 points of a lead versus Harris right now. That's the most important battleground. Going down to North Carolina, getting a little more results there. 83% of the votes have been tallied in the Tar Heel state, and right now Trump has just over a 2.5% lead. Going further south to Georgia, 88%. So we've been speaking all night about preliminary results, Andrew. We can toss that out now.
He needs some milk.
Georgia has 88%.
That's what Kamala's gonna need, some damn milk
Trump
after this.
With 51.3%, Harris with 48.1%. I'm gonna zoom out again because we've been saying all night, Trump's easiest path to victory: Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. Still a lot of votes to be counted in Pennsylvania, but for now, we're seeing that Trump has a slight margin, especially in Georgia here. We're starting to see some of these counties really fill in.
Yeah, y'all see all that damn blue?
This kind of blue blob.
That's what's
in
scary.
The metro. But then we see all of these bright red and dark red rural counties that are pretty much balancing out, if not overcoming, some of what we're seeing in some of these larger cities, specifically the Atlanta metro. Let's zoom back out just to make sure that we hit every battleground state that we can. Arizona's the other one.
Let's go, Trump.
50% of the votes in here.
Let's go,
so
Trump.
The vote tallied.
Let's go, Trump.
Most of this coming from Maricopa County. Maricopa County is most of the ball game in the Grand Canyon State. Right now, we've got a dead tie, 49.6.
That is crazy.
To 49.6.
Crazy,
to say the least, Andrew. As this.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, Trump. They called Iowa a while back. I saw that.
So AG, thanks so much for being with us. AG with the New York Post, of course. What can we glean from some of these battleground states here? Is it accurate to say that some are too close to call? Not Georgia, is it?
You know, I think Georgia is trending toward Trump, but the thing I'm noticing is that blue wall is looking like it's going to crack. I mean, you know, what's happening in Michigan, what's happening in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. It's going to come down to late returns from these like bigger cities. But, you know, really, it's looking more like 2016 than 2020. And, you know, that's kind of remarkable for people who thought that Harris, you know, had a pathway that, you know, was more like Biden's in 2020. It's looking much more like Trump's got the 2016 coalition. You know, men are coming out to vote for him, and you know, this is really a remarkable political comeback in the making by Donald Trump, because I think a lot of people looked at this a few weeks back and said there was no way he could make inroads in the blue wall, and there was a lot of thought to say Jill Stein would be a bigger factor in a place like Michigan. She hasn't been as of yet, so this is just Trump versus Harris, like, you know, R versus D, but you know, Trump is really, you know, he's really driving it right now.
Good.
So, AG, I've got Pennsylvania up right now. 51% of the vote so far is going for Trump. He has roughly a 3-point lead over Harris. 57% of the vote has been counted. Let's talk about what is considered the most pivotal battleground state here.
Getting close,
there
guys.
Is
getting
still
close.
43% of the vote to be tallied. What are we going to be watching for as we get that 43% of the vote in?
Philadelphia County. Because that is predominantly Democratic. I think in 2020 was more than 80% for Joe Biden. And you expect similar margins with Kamala Harris, but the question is always turnout. Like how many people actually turn out to vote? How many votes are counted in, the coming days. It's not just what we see tonight, but we'll see what we see in the next couple of days as well. So, a Trump lead, say 3 o'clock in the morning isn't necessarily safe in Pennsylvania because of Philadelphia County primarily. The rest of the state, Trump's got an advantage in it, but that's machine politics, and it works a little bit more slowly, works a little more gradually, and it looks a bit rougher from the outside, where people are saying, "Why haven't these votes been counted already?" You've got late votes, you've got precincts that take a while to count for whatever reason.
I'm gonna pause these guys for a sec. I'm gonna switch over to a quick clip I found here. Fox News.
Vote cast has Trump winning 23% of black men.
Mm-hmm. Hey,
staggering.
Wait, what's it?
Nationwide. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Where's that from? AP Vodecast.
And that has to be a complete defeat for the mainstream media, who's just destroyed Donald Trump as a racist for all these years. And if you double your support with black people, and then you go up double digits with your support with Hispanics at the same time, and then run up the numbers with Jewish Americans here in the Northeast, that's a complete rejection of everything that they've been telling us about Donald Trump, and would explain why he's very competitive in the popular vote. And the news cycle for how long tomorrow?
AP Vodecast.
Yeah, it just spun the block after that 40-second clip. But yes, as you could see, the black vote and the black male vote is something serious. It's something powerful. That's why Obama's goofy, peanut-headed, little stupid ass got on the damn screen talking about well, you guys need to work harder and stop going against somebody who looks like they came from the same place and upbringing as you. Like this dummy go try to sit up here and shame people like me. And I'm like, Obama, bruh, you don't know who the hell you messing with, okay? First off, we do what the hell we want to do. First off, that's men 101 is men do what the hell men want to do. That's number one. Number two, if you're going to ask for something, you need to provide something. And he's not providing anything, and none of the Democrats
in the country when we
I'm see if they're saying anything new.
And we go in on what is, and let's just make sure we get this correct here. We're focusing in on the area where Detroit is. So Wayne County is what we're talking about here, AG. So right now, Wayne County is showing that Trump is up 61% to 37.5%. We're talking about Trump having a commanding victory so far with 24% of the votes in. 24% may not sound like a lot, but what do you make of what we're seeing out of this county so far?
It really comes down to the precincts that are coming in, because, a county in and of itself isn't necessarily the thing. There are precincts in the counties that'll tell you what the real story is that's happening.
All right.
And,
I've heard enough. But yeah, for me, that was a big thing. I think a lot of this stuff backfires, guys. You can't be like, hey, vote for Kamala, she's black. Well, she's not black. Well, hey, Janet Jackson is canceled because she questioned Kamala's blackness. Well, she's not black. Y'all saw it. I'm sure a lot of y'all saw the Candace Owens joint. I posted a video about it. I'm sure a bunch of other people did with her fake grandma. Okay. They're talking about Kansas.
Votes, the Associated Press calling Kansas
boom
for former President Donald Trump here.
With me, man.
We also have a race call there in the Hawkeye state of Iowa. Iowa's 6 electoral votes going to Donald Trump there over Harris, with 56% of estimated votes counted. Now, this is really interesting because we got to dive into some of the numbers there in Iowa, because there was this poll that was put out over the weekend.
That bullshit poll.
She's considered the gold standard there of polling mavens in Iowa, AG in Austin. She had Harris winning Iowa by 3 in her poll. She even considered her poll an outlier here, AG, but obviously we're not seeing that here. Trump getting the state, and it's a pretty sizable margin so far, more than half of votes counted.
Yeah, I mean, the Trump campaign said that they tell people to look at the Emerson poll, which is more of a 10-point poll. The Selzer poll, the methodology seemed really weird to me, and this idea that there's this groundswell of women in this very conservative state that elected Kim Reynolds governor and all of that was moving over to Harris. It didn't make a lot of sense. But, when you look at polls, we know this. It's like it comes down to your sample size. It comes down to your random pick. So you got 600, 800,000 people. Not all those people are created equal. So it looks like a real sampling error from Selzer, back to the drawing board moment. But, every presidential race has really wild polls. And this just happened to be one of them. And it raised questions about Iowa, but I don't think this question.
Y'all know what them stupid polls are? Election interference. They're trying to influence people, and so here's the thing. I'm gonna put y'all on game because some people don't know. Some people don't know this. If you don't work with numbers, people try to say numbers don't lie. People think they're so damn smart and they're so stupid. The only reason I think I'm pretty smart is because I spend like all day and all night doing the work, and I'm questioning myself constantly so I can improve. I'm not just sure of myself for no reason, but I actually work with numbers all the time. It's a regular thing. It's a regular part of what I do, and you can change. So round stuff down, round stuff up, remove decimal places, add decimal places, use fractions instead of decimal places, right? Like you can change when you have all these different sampling groups. You could change how it's categorized and remove category. There's so many things you can do to change numbers, guys. There's so many things you could do. So when they're talking about, oh yeah, the numbers don't lie, I'm like, you don't know what your little stupid self is talking about. These people just love to use little quips and stuff like that to try to sound like they're intelligent. But we all know, we all live on Earth, so we all know that majority of people ain't really that smart. Okay, so everybody thinks they're the smartest person ever, but I can assure they haven't done a fraction of the work that even you all watching this channel are doing. Because even by watching this channel, you're doing the work, because I'm doing the work. I have my opinions and I tell you what they are, but I also tell you what is factual and what part of it is my opinion, and I let you see the clips in full with the context, and I tell you my opinion on them. But I certainly never make stuff up or just do total exaggeration, unless you're talking about like the clickbait titles of the videos or something. But in regard to the actual content of the videos, I believe that it is totally solid and no BS like the fake news. So let me look at this map again if I can find it. So yeah, everything is still looking pretty solid. Virginia kind of flipped back to Kamala, which, to be honest with you guys, I mean, hopefully she doesn't get Virginia, but it would not surprise me if she won Virginia. It would not surprise me. But yeah, like Trump is he's doing solid. They have him up to win like every swing state. Like, so I just checked Poly Market. Look, let me see if I can find it. I'm looking for it. It's auto updating over here, so I'm trying to find it real quick. But look, peep this, guys. Peep this. Poly Market. The Poly Market. Oh snap!
Emotional damage.
Kamala Harris. Nobody wants to bet money on Kamala. Somebody call Willie Brown, okay? So it's like, somebody call her daddy, because she gonna be calling her daddy tonight, be like, Daddy, I'm sad. I got my ass kicked by the white man. She said the white man was too strong, Daddy. But yeah, of course, Peggy. Yes, Peanut and I forget the name of the raccoon. Yes, Kamala is she's getting cooked. Okay, she getting her booty spanked. Okay, she getting She getting popped, okay? Like, this is not going well for her. As I expected, I mean, this is kind of about what I expected, to be honest. Now, too early to get too cocky. I don't want to jinx it, but I mean, the votes are coming in, so I'm sure that they got some fixes in. They probably been trying to cheat. There's too many guys. There's literally thousands of attorneys. There's thousands of attorneys, so they're protecting the election, and they've had to challenge so many things because they got all these poll watchers, and they've in the Democrat counties, primarily Democrat voter counties, they've tried to like deny the poll watchers entry a bunch of times. And you know what they do every time it happens? Phone up that attorney or two or three, and then all of a sudden they got a lawsuit ready instantly. It's crazy, guys. They're on point. The Republicans are not playing this election, and I'm loving it. This is the type of fight that we need. No crazy, are we gonna do marches? Like, that's a waste of time, and they're just gonna use that against you. You gotta beat them with the system that we have in place and use it properly. Don't weaponize it and do stupid, corrupt stuff like the Democrats. But you just gotta beat them with the systems that we have in place, guys. That's it. Let me see. Let me go back. See. Let's see what I might be missing here. Let's go back to it.
Wisconsin, as you mentioned, it's not as competitive in Arizona as it once was. Montana, we are seeing that John Tester has a steep uphill battle. Is there really any path to the Democrats maintaining control in the upper chamber at this point?
Not with the way this map is going. It's going to be very difficult, and I think you would need for the Senate candidates to really outperform Harris in state after state. My guess right now is 52, 53 Republican seats. And that's really what you want if you're the Republicans, because, it's very hard to maintain a unified caucus in the House or the Senate. So you want that margin to be a couple points higher than just a 50-50 split with Vance casting a bunch of tie-breaking votes. It's really early to tell with these Senate races, but I'm less confident in those than I am in Trump right now. But, I really do think Trump is the rising tide that will lift some of these Senate candidates up.
Okay, so in the meantime, A.G. Gankarski with the New York Post, we're going to have to leave it at that. We do appreciate it. We are nearing the top of the hour. Austin Westfall here in the Live Now newsroom with me. But in the meantime, though, speaking of some of these Senate races, I want to put up some of the results. Let's go back to Virginia right now. Take a look at this. Democratic incumbent Tim Kaine there leading over his Republican challenger.
Yeah, Virginia is...
We also have Tim Kaine speaking live right now to his rally group.
Okay, so we're not going to listen to Tim Kaine, okay? Matter of fact, we don't want to see Tim Kaine. I want to show y'all Cenk Uygur, the clown, Cenk Uygur real quick, what he's saying. I'm going to read this aloud. Let me check the chat. All right, so zoom in a little bit. Okay, Cenk Uygur, where's my head at? Hold on. All right, that's when you do lives, like you got to check to make sure your body is not blocking. Okay, Cenk Uygur says this is kind of foolish, the first part of it, but I'm gonna read it anyway. Either side can still win, but here's what turned out to be BS: Kamala Harris landslide. Yo, I don't think I have anything where I can like laugh at him. I guess I'll just use this one.
Gotcha, bitch.
But a Kamala Harris landslide, come on, guys. Who was stupid enough to believe that? I know a lot of people, so again, black dude here, hello. And most of the people I know are black. And most of them weren't voting. So I know a lot of black people who were. And yes, they were mostly voting for Kamala, but I know some of them who never voted for Trump, who were voting for Trump for the first time this election in Georgia. And I know a bunch of other black people who weren't voting at all because they're like, it doesn't matter. Kamala's not black. The economy sucks, but they don't want to vote for Trump. And that means that it's a victory for Trump. So if that holds up like it looks like it will, then that means that this election is going to go to Teflon Don. Now, I'm checking on some results here. Let me see if I can bring them back over to the screen. I already showed y'all Polymarket. go back to Google. See where we're at. So Trump still kicking ass, gaining a little bit in Pennsylvania, leading in Michigan and Wisconsin. So man, it's looking like it's gonna be, if Kamala Harris were to win, which is still possible, it would be a miracle for her to win. It would be a miracle. So I think, 10%. I still don't want to call that. It's probably going to be more Trump votes coming in, but I still don't want to call that. Not at 10% left, with it being that close. I don't know. I mean, it's probably going to go to Trump. North Carolina probably going to go Trump. Pennsylvania is still too early to tell, because remember, again, mail-in election. Now, it's not going to happen this time, probably, because last time they just had a huge, like, tens of thousands of ballots come in, like all out, like out of nowhere. And there's less reason for that to happen because people could vote in person this time. But again, you just never know what type of BS they might be on. Like, oh, one polling place that was heavy Democrat didn't report any results, and suddenly they got like 100,000 votes. Like, that can happen. So head on the swivel, guys. It's not over till it's over. Okay. But I'm thinking that the fat lady is singing right now. The fat lady is starting to warm up her voice. Okay. Get ready for some of those Van Jones tears. David Pakman, is he live? Let me see if I can find David Pakman. Oh, let me turn on
17% counted. That's why some of the bigger outfits are waiting to call this race. But 7% is a big number to make up at this point, and you know, at this point it's 53-46. That's why some people are calling it, but they're big numbers still to come in two big parts of that state.
Yeah, guys, what's not biased is, in this case, are the statisticians that work at Reuters, AP, New York Times, etc. I've covered countless elections. When a Republican has won, they say a Republican has won, and they're not shy about it. They're not reticent about it. The reason they're not calling North Carolina is exactly what Michael just told you. Now, having said that, what percentage is reporting in North Carolina? 76% reporting. You're down by 7. Wow. You're in a world of trouble. You're like, yes, it matters which counties, but you're still in a world of trouble. And so much trouble that one of the organizations has already called it. Okay, now let's go to Georgia.
Yeah, by the way, Iowa has been called by CNN, at least, for Trump.
Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm gonna
who the
I'm
hell
getting revved up here on a significant rant. So
let's go, Shake.
Kamala Harris is not winning, and the people who thought that Kamala Harris was going to win in a landslide are totally wrong.
There weren't a ton of people who thought that. I mean,
almost every Democrat I talked to thought that.
Well, I said the blue wall is going to go to Harris, and may be wrong about that. But honestly, I don't think that there were a lot of people. There were people who said if it's a landslide, they would predict that it was a Harris landslide, not a Trump landslide, which is different than saying they were predicting it's a landslide.
Okay, we'll get to that. We'll get to the discussion of the terms of landslide or big win or whatever. But no matter how you slice it, big win for Kamala Harris. Poof, gone. That's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen at all.
Trump is still on the board. A win for Kamala Harris is still on the board. Let's go to Georgia.
Barely.
So in Georgia, we're theoretically closer to a call, even though it is a tighter race. So he's up by 3 points right now. The issue is that there's only 9% of the vote left to be counted, and so it is quite likely at this point that he will end up winning that. It is tighter than it was earlier in the count.
So more counties are coming in favor of Kamala Harris. From Georgia's a slight upside, but 91% reporting. You really got 3% is not undoable. It's not undoable with that tight a window, but that window is getting tighter and tighter and tighter.
It is. Those numbers coming from Clark County, 21% yet to report in Clark County, which is where Athens is. Chatham County is, I believe, and that's where Savannah is only at 37% counted. And then if you look at Gwinnett County outside of Atlanta, 77% counted. That's a big number, Gwinnett County, but it's going, about 3-2 for Harris. And that 3-2 is across a big population, which is why, again, there's no call yet in Georgia.
Okay, so
look,
Michael seems to be right for now. The discussion we had this morning.
Look, Gwinnett County is heavily mixed, so Trump probably gonna win Georgia. I'm telling y'all right now.
Etc. Michael thought Georgia was more likely. Right now, Georgia looks tighter than North Carolina, for what it's worth. At the end of the day, it's worth nothing if you don't win the state, right? Unless, of course, you're Donald Trump. If Kamala Harris loses and she was the state of Georgia and she's like Donald Trump, she'd call up Raffensperger and go, "Why don't you just find me the votes I need? Who cares? Just find me the votes."
Here he goes.
But Democrats don't cheat like that.
Impending
Democrats do
meltdowns.
other things that are problematic.
Democrats don't cheat.
Like only the world's biggest cheater in the world, that Donald Trump, does that.
What?
So I'm getting revved up. Let's go to the blue states.
Rev up, Jake. Where's Anna? Where's Anna?
Pennsylvania's at 57. They're all toss-ups currently at this point, but he's at 51 to her 48.
Hold on, is Anna like off work today or something? I want to see Anna meltdown too. That's half the fun. Like, okay, Jink is like 70%, but Anna's like 30% of the fun.
He's got a 3-point lead. Again, if he wins Pennsylvania, good night, Irene. This election's over.
That is definitely true. So right now he's up by, I believe, about like 110,000 votes. Chris Wallace is saying that at this point in 2020, he was up by 200,000. That's an interesting factoid. It doesn't necessarily mean that she's going to come back in the way that Biden did.
In 2020, Trump was up by 200,000.
At this point in the night.
Okay. By the way, in that brief time that I had, I read a bunch of stuff. Carville's despondent over the exit polling.
They're blaming
On the other hand, Nate
Walls.
Silver switched to Kamala Harris being the favorite.
When?
What in the world? So that apparently happened a little while ago. So that doesn't make any sense. Maybe it was earlier in the day, so I didn't get a sense of the timing. All right. So before we go to, actually, real quick, just read us Michigan and Wisconsin percentage reporting and what the race is.
Okay, let me pause them for a second. Look, check out Poly Market, guys. Check out Poly. Like, imagine if Kamala Harris managed to win this. Imagine how many pissed off bettors it would be. Imagine all the millions of dollars. I didn't bet on this. I should have, because I really should have. I could have made a fortune. But imagine how many dollars are going to be spent and wasted when, like, if Kamala Harris somehow miraculously pulls votes out of her ass and she manages to win against all odds. Like, this would be, you talk about the biggest political comeback of all time being Trump. No, if Kamala Harris managed to win, this would be the greatest political comeback of all time for Harris, okay? But I gotta tell you right now, they gotta be panicking right now, okay? 94% on Poly Market, give me a break. Look, I saw a funny post. I'm see if I can find it. Hold on, let me see.
What we are.
I'm gonna listen to. Oh yeah, it says Kamala HQ silence. Like, it said Kamala HQ ain't posted nothing. And it said in hours. Let me see if I can find this. Kamala HQ lies. Okay, one of my favorite accounts. It says it has been 3 hours since Kamala HQ made a post. What is going on? Somebody said they had to change the name again. Now it's probably Resist Trump HQ. Libs have gone completely dark. Look, I'm about to knock over my damn green screen. Somebody says they're punching air. They're salty because it's looking like they're destroyed. Yes, Peggy, too big to rig. Okay, we're too big to rig. Okay, that's them. Who is that? Is that Benny Johnson? Yes, sir. MAGA, DNC, RFK, Democrat. That is beautiful. Hold it, stop. I can't play, if I play this audio, then they might take this whole damn stream down, so I can't play the audio, but y'all can see, what's happening. This is beautiful, guys. I swear. I'm playing part of the audio. I know y'all remember what this is from, right? This is from Pirates of the Caribbean. 3. And they lit this man up. This is a great film. It's all falling apart, guys. This is the mainstream media you see. Okay? This is glorious. I'm loving it. Oh man, I want to see Kamala's face right now. Isn't this beautiful? Isn't this an amazing night? This is like the greatest. This is like the greatest night. It's legit might be the greatest night of my life. I don't know. I'm not sure. I had a lot of good nights. Let me see what David Packman's saying.
71,000 votes.
Somebody said check David Packman. Let's see.
28% reporting. In Wisconsin, where Trump last led by 35,000, he is now leading by 46,000. Trump's lead is growing in most of these states.
Yeah.
They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
Eat the cat.
In Minnesota, where we last saw Trump leading by 75K, he has stretched that lead like a piece of saltwater taffy to a 90,000 vote lead.
Family.
With only 12% reporting. And we still wait anxiously for Nevada. Maine, by the way, as expected, has now come back to Harris. That's what we expected all along, certainly. And that's the way that we are seeing it right now. Let's check in on Fox News. I was recently on the Piers Morgan show with this guy, Kevin O'Leary, Canadian guy.
Process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, the presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. You run a process, and they missed that opportunity.
I mean,
this is a chance for them to.
Kamala won as AG. I mean, you know, she had to do a little extra, but she won as AG and DA. Okay.
You get to scratch this whole thing, and the influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a movie star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years. They won't have that kind of influence. This could be great for America because I'm an investor. I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January. But I care about policy. And when I hear policies coming out of a party that are so twisted against the American way of life, like basically taxing capital gains that are unrealized, that's not America. Or price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the bottom quartile of competition. That's bad.
All right, look, I'm going to pause Kevin for a second. Okay, we're going to hop over to Hannity here. So let's see what Hannity had to say, because he's smacking down the fake news.
New York Times has it massively to Donald 71%. Trump. To a point that Jesse... Yeah, the needle. Right.
Yeah.
So we're really sitting here, and I think we got to take pause. There is a very strong possibility he will be elected the 47th president of the United States if these numbers, if these predictions end up being true. I don't want to get over our skis. We want to be careful. We want to be prudent. We're all looking at our sources. I'm listening very closely to everything Harold has to say and what he's offering. But if that is true, after all that they have thrown at this man, after all that they have done to this man, and with all the media that wouldn't even vet her and her radical positions, the only person in the media that challenged her in any reasonably tough way is sitting right here at this table, and that was you, Brett. And to think she never had to answer why she doesn't think we should say radical Islamic terrorism, why she wasn't asked about supporting a bail fund, 574 riots in the summer of 2024, or co-sponsoring the Green New Deal, or saying no private health insurance, Medicare for all, or sex change operations for, illegal immigrants. What will this say, Brett?
In prison, illegal immigrants in prison.
About legacy media in America. It's dead.
Well, it's the decline of its influence has been evident for years. This is further proof of it. And in some respects, I think that the behavior of the legacy media backfired against the candidate they were supporting because it was so over the top. Same with the prosecutions. The same thing happened.
You think it all contributed to?
No, I do.
Yeah, I agree with you.
What do you got?
Yeah, I mean, of course.
I'm just talking.
Of course it did. I mean, they had a whole effort that they put together to uplift the hell out of Kamala Harris. It was the most ridiculous thing that I've ever seen. And this, if Donald Trump wins tonight, this will be a rebuking of the fake news, a rebuking and a rejection of the propaganda of the selecting of candidates for the party instead of having primaries, the rigging of primaries in favor of Joe Biden. And then when that doesn't work, rigging debates to have debates early so you could kick a candidate out and then select somebody so you could try to run away with vice presidential money. Okay, because they needed, that's the reason they kept Kamala Harris in. Two reasons. They wanted the money that they already had collected, which they didn't need, by the way. They could have switched to somebody else, earned more fundraising money. And two, they didn't want to piss off the black voters with Kamala Harris. But newsflash, she's not black. Okay, this is not a black woman. If it was, this race, in my opinion, would be a lot tighter. Okay, this would be a lot tighter. Trump is gaining in Pennsylvania. His lead is widening, and it is widened in North Carolina, in Georgia. I think that's about the same. It's about where it's at before. In Georgia, widened in Michigan and Wisconsin. That's what Dave Packman just said. In Minnesota. Now, I don't think he's going to win Minnesota. I mean, they're at 13%. I don't think it's going to happen. Oh, he's having a... Oh, hold on. I don't want to miss it. Where's Jink? Let's see if I can find him. Hold on, I got too much stuff open. See if I can find Jink real quick.
That would hurt.
I don't care about David. David Packman is stupid. I don't care about him. Okay, let's see. Okay, well, somebody else is talking, but we'll listen to what this guy's saying.
Yeah, they actually come through and visit these areas, and you'll.
Hold on, let me go forward, fast forward.
Be 100% deferential to him. If you stick your head up, your head will be chopped off. You're not going to be able to criticize him when all of the other outlets are being more pure and fawning and focusing on, hey, don't worry if Donald Trump's tariffs, spike the prices of every retail good. In Oregon, a trans person joined the diving team, and it will work. It will work for many of them, unfortunately. And my fear, one of the big things, we keep talking about democracy. Look, if he ends up winning, if he gets more votes, we're not the right. We will acknowledge that actually happened. They can't acknowledge when any of their candidates lose. We don't have that problem. But I do think that there are a lot of people on the right, not the regular voters you're talking about, but definitely their influencer class that are way past done with democracy. I think they're going to want Donald Trump and governors to lock in more structural constraints against the will of the people. We've been talking about it in Florida on the ballot measures. It doesn't matter that more people wanted legalized marijuana and abortion. We're not a democracy anymore when it comes to Florida. And obviously we already have the disproportionate composition of the Senate.
Florida just voted and it got voted down. The measures got voted down. How is it not a democracy when people vote on it?
Yeah, so I want to go back to the numbers.
What the hell?
I'll say one last quick thing about that.
I just want to say, nobody's won this race yet. It's not.
I know. That's why I'm going back to the numbers in a second. In fact, a little bit of a comeback here in a second for Kamala Harris. So listen, guys. So we've proven ourselves over 22 years, and here even in this election, I said let's do a populist revolt before we find out who won. And remember, I did that when I thought Kamala Harris was a little bit more likely to win than Donald Trump. And so go sign the populist pledge at tyt.com. You'll see 6 super popular policies that all of America wants and none of our crooked, corrupt politicians ever pass. So we're genuine. There's no question about that. And I am super curious if anyone in right-wing media is capable of being honest and genuine. I know the Drinking Bros are. I've now done 3 shows with them, and I'm positive that they're true right-wing populists, and that's a conversation we can have and continue to have. Everyone else, the jury's out. John is totally possibly correct. Like, I don't know, but I mean, if I had to bet, I would bet that John is probably right. I think you got to at least that they'll just go and kiss his ass, right? And they'll just be like, oh yeah, Donald Trump. Oh, we're for freedom, but he's arresting people who protest. Great, we love it. Take away their freedom, right? Oh, he wants to shoot them in the leg. Oh, great, yeah, let's shoot protesters. Screw freedom, right? So we'll see, we'll see. My guess is that they're going to be probably, the majority of them are going to be enormous hypocrites, but maybe there will be a fraction that actually realize what's going on. Okay.
Look, shout out to Evan Jello. Sorry if I got it wrong. Shout out. Okay. Look, appreciate the 10. Okay. Like, the Democrats are getting spanked. Okay. They're getting cooked. Today is a great night. Okay. I don't gotta cancel early on y'all because I told y'all if this mug didn't go right, that we out. Okay, this mug, it could still go sideways. If it goes sideways, then I'm gonna have to slideways because I'm gonna be like Kamala HQ right now. Look, I seen something. It was funny as hell. Let me show y'all something.
Fox is saying that the Harris campaign is no longer responding to requests for
man. Go, baby.
So that is
you're drinking already. Pass me that bottle. I'll just.
Apparently, Fox is saying that the Harris campaign is no longer responding to requests for
That is hilarious. Hilarious.
Broad national polling exit polling about Harris's strength among Latino men, and they seem to be breaking for Donald Trump, which is a very big difference from 2020 when they broke for Joe Biden by, I believe, 23 points. They may be breaking for Trump by as many as 10 points. Again, this is early. Maria Teresa, we have some broad national polling exit polling about.
See what else they're talking about? Jessica Tarloff.
That's nature. To be anxious.
Jessica Tarloff, y'all, don't you love Jessica? Don't you guys love Jessica Tarloff and her Trump deranged takes on everything? Let's listen to what Jessica has to say.
It is in Democrats' nature to be anxious, and we are certainly at peak anxiousness. I think the conversation that you were having on the last panel about the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these numbers are a little bit jaw-dropping, looking at potentially 45% for Donald Trump in some states.
Okay, let me pause real quick because this isn't live. So Jessica Tarloff. Yeah, I think the Dems are going to concede because they're trying to pretend like they're like better than Republicans, even though Hillary Clinton conceded and then proceeded to blame Russia and Russia collusion for why Trump won, including until like last week. But they'll try to say that her conceding counts, even if she says the election was stolen after that. But with Jessica Tarloff and a lot of these weird leftists, I don't get is they've been doing polling since I started this channel. They've been doing polling saying that black voters and Latino voters and men were a problem even for Joe Biden. But when Kamala Harris came in the picture, it was really a big problem. And the polling always showed that. Now all of a sudden they're acting like they're shocked that the polling matches the voting. Like, what the hell? That doesn't make any sense. They said Trump's gonna get black men at least more than ever. They were right. How the hell could they be wrong about that in every poll, like, ever? This is stupid. Let's keep going. Let's see what she said.
That is going to cause a real reckoning within the party on how we talk about, message to, and integrate, a huge part of our base typically in all of this. I would say, though, that the campaign and people that I've been speaking to have said nothing has been called. Our paths to 270 have not been blocked off. And as we continue to get more vote in, and I should add to the numbers that they messaged to you, Detroit is coming in. And Detroit had a very good day with in-person voting today. And the suburbs of Atlanta outperforming where Biden was there. One point of concern is that she's not doing as well in the rural areas as Biden did. And that's something that they're paying attention to. But I'm hearing more and more from people that I'm speaking to, blue wall. And this morning, we were talking about, well, if you pick up North Carolina and Georgia, again, they're not off the map. But it is feeling like more of that laser focus on the easiest route. It is.
It says Roland Martin is going to cuss us out. Good. Look, guys, I stand on business. Blame black men. It's our fault, okay? Like, everybody come out and scold us because here's the thing. Black men are powerful men. Even if it's only a fraction of us, that fraction can change a lot. Now, obviously, there's a lot of factors here, but this is a group that I'm a part of. And men lead. Men lead the way. Eventually, it takes some time, but the women will follow. Okay, it's only a matter of time till a bunch of black women like, man, I'm tired of being over here by myself. Let me go over here and see what these black men talking about. Okay, so the tide will turn, and as long as it takes, every damn day on this channel, I'm gonna keep poking and prodding and fact checking and doing whatever I need to, exposing, laughing at, dismantling, everything possible to make sure that all anomalies rise, be it black or white or Hispanic or Jewish, whoever, all anomalies rising, baby. We not playing out here.
Harris's strength among left.
All right, no more of that. Let me see what Jenk talking about.
Wesley Gill, Jeremy LaPeglia, NJ Johnson, Tyrone at home, Jesse, Box News. Thank you to all of you guys.
Okay, anyways, let me fast forward.
As traditional politics and how they reject it overwhelmingly. And I'm while I'm sad, there's a side of me that is yearning for change in our ecosystem, our political ecosystem.
Who the hell is
what
this
we call
dude?
the consulting class, and I hope this leads to that.
So you sound like you think that it might be over.
It is.
So, I mean, obviously it's over in North Carolina, your home state. And by the way, Mondale's on Rebel headquarters for us. Young Turks has tons of different channels. Rebel headquarters is one of them. Mondale's a really important contributor there.
Number of votes, the sizable margin.
So look,
bro, what the hell going on with Carrie Lake? How come she can't ever win nothing?
Lead right now, so no call as of tonight. He admitted that such, but a sizable lead for him.
Carrie Lake.
But we do want to get you out to some calls in terms of the race for the White House in some very key battleground states. This one in North Carolina going in favor of Trump as Trump takes the key battleground state of North Carolina.
Let's go.
50% to 48%. Just over 100,000 votes as Trump, the AP calling this almost 90%.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir.
Yes, sir.
But in favor of the former president in a significant way, 51% to 48.3% as well. And we want to put up a post from our Fox 5 team. Eric Perry saying, breaking, Donald Trump has an insurmountable lead with a number of votes outstanding. That a quote from the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, during a late night briefing. So big news. And let's continue on. Let's bring in my colleague right now, in Westfall, to discuss what this means going forward, because this is a big development in terms of the race for this White House. Austin, North Carolina going for the former President Donald Trump. And Raffensperger saying an insurmountable lead for Trump in Georgia. How pivotal is this moment for Trump?
Raffensperger saying that is very important. The AP has not officially called the race yet, so we can't officially call it ourselves here. A live look at the Trump watch party where we've been watching. There's been a lot of smiling faces. We have been.
This is
keeping an eye on
amazing,
both of
guys.
These watch parties. Here's how the map is looking now that we're getting some of these pertinent race calls in. This is the first battleground state that's officially been called. That puts Donald Trump up to 230. He's 40 away from the presidency. Harris still at 179.
Oh, man, this is crazy.
North Carolina, solidly red at this point. We've been saying all night, Trump's easiest path to victory is North Carolina, which he has now.
Because of that damn hurricane.
Which, with 90% of the votes in, he has almost a 3-point lead. So, North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania. So if he gets these 3 states and every other state falls the way we expect it to, that means that former President Trump will become president again. The only time that's ever happened before was Grover Cleveland. He was the 22nd and 24th president of the United States.
Let's go!
So, North Carolina getting called. I'm watching Pennsylvania closely now. I'm watching Georgia closely now. Again, 9/10 of all the votes have been counted in Georgia. He's got almost 3 points up. Pennsylvania, just over 3/4 of the vote now tallied. Trump has, and right now we're looking at just about a 3-point lead out of PA as well. So Trump has leads in 2 absolutely crucial states. And I'm not even mentioning the fact that he has leads right now in Wisconsin, 66% of the votes in. Right now, Trump has about a 3-point advantage there.
Crazy.
Michigan, fewer of those votes counted. About a third of them are in so far. But Donald Trump right now,
and it just went up some more.
It
just went up
Harris.
as soon as he clicked it.
Like it's just over a 6-point advantage. We go over to Arizona. It's very possible we don't hear any more results in from them for the rest of the night. They've been stuck at 50%. Nonetheless, that's at a dead tie right now. It's very possible, Andy. The way this is playing out, though, we might not need to worry about Arizona.
We're gonna have
keep an eye.
We might have results tonight, guys.
On Georgia and PA. Now that North Carolina's been called.
Yeah, it's a very good breakdown of all of the come, and of course, North Carolina, Georgia, insurmountable leads. In Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan might be 2
same consultants that came in
based on
with,
the margin
before
there.
Hillary,
We're going to check
Bill
back
Clinton
in with you in just a
are
little
still
bit.
running the ethos of the Democratic Party, even though the party looks completely different demographic-wise.
In West Palm Beach, Florida, you can see the excitement growing, building in that room. They are monitoring this in real time, as we are as well. Also there in Washington, D.C.
I'm trying to see what they're talking about over here on TYT.
HQ, the headquarters on the campus of Howard University, her alma mater. We're monitoring it all very, very closely.
Shirts like this one and Asfaltado and an homage to Bad Bunny are up on shoptyt.com. And by the way, that shirt, 10
numbers. And then when you look at Athens County, that's in a big number. So if you look around Columbus, Ohio, and the surrounding, what they call the collar counties there, that's all in. Again, we have to see Cuyahoga County come in for Democrats, and Summit County, which is a suburb of Cleveland to the southeast a little bit, Summit County. That would be where, oh, there it is. You see it highlighted there. Still a lot of numbers to come in there. So Brown could close it, but he's got his work to do there. And that would be, that would be a decisive loss for the Democrats in a Senate race in a very, very red state now, Ohio. But with someone who is a stalwart of the Democratic Party and probably, along with Bernie Sanders, the biggest union supporter in the Senate right now.
And I think everyone should bear in mind, I mean, Trump is currently leading there by 12 points.
Yeah.
And he's won it, he's won it 3 times in a row. And so obviously a very tough state.
Yeah. So, look, there's a reason why they didn't call it yet, and that reason is what Michael just explained to you. Giant population centers that lean Democrat have not
Get her out of
come
here.
in yet. But it would be very surprising if Brown made up that big a difference with only 9% left.
Look what let's go to Twitter. Andrew Yang, this guy, me and a buddy of mine actually used to kind of like Andrew Yang. I always thought he was a bit of a quack when he kind of first came out, but this guy is such a dodo brain. He's so stupid. He says, for the record, no matter what happens tonight, I think Kamala Harris' campaign badly mishandled the Joe Rogan interview by not doing it. Tim Walz would have been good too. Guys, Kamala Harris, she could not win. Go on the interview, get destroyed, look stupid, laugh, argue with Rogan because she doesn't want to answer questions and face the facts, or don't go on the interview and look like you're afraid to interview. She loses either way. That's how you know she's trash. There's no option that's a winning strategy for her. Okay, so she picked the one that was the least damaging, which is just not going. I agree, it's the least damaging because guess what happened when Kamala Harris came out? She started dropping in the polls for not coming out, and guess what happened when she did come out? She dropped more in the polls. She dropped more when people found out about her. This fool, this dummy, listened to people like me because she was gaslit into thinking that she could come out here. They got overconfident thinking, well, surely people will just like her if she comes out and just talks to them, right? Wrong. Kamala Harris is not likable. She never was. That's why she dropped out of the primary after Tulsi Gabbard cooked her stupid wannabe black fake sorry ass, sucked her way to the top attorney general. Damn, I don't know how the hell she won that election. Probably a bunch of lies and gaslighting that some other person couldn't overcome. But in this election, we fought hard and we made sure to beat out a bunch of the bull stuff that they tried to pull. All the lies, Project 2025, dictator, bloodbath, the shooting Liz Cheney, executing Liz Cheney. I'm like, these people are stupid. Man, I hope they're upset. Man, I hope they're upset. Anna Kasparian. Turns out no one likes neocons. Who knew? Liz Cheney. What dummy decided that Liz Cheney, bringing her in, a person that Democrats and Republicans hate, was a good idea? Liz Cheney. Seriously. The series Gaslit. No, I have not watched the series Gaslit. I have no idea what that is. I mean, technically, AP hasn't called Georgia, but I mean, they're calling it in other places. So I think Georgia's cooked, guys. I mean, Trump is up by like 140,000 votes. I mean, that could shift, but they said they already got in Fulton County, and that's like the main blackity black county. Gwinnett County, they didn't have in, and that's a big county. But Gwinnett County is not a black county. It's a mixed race county, and it's a bunch of well-off people. It's like a bunch of middle-class black people who are going to be a little bit, smarter. So, they're going to be voting for Trump out there, a lot of them. So I think Georgia's, who is this person says voted for the first time for his dad, 18, okay, whatever. Let me see. Me waiting for Kamala HQ to make a post. Let's just stay on Twitter for a second. Looking for Kamala HQ to make a post. Trump wins Idaho. Okay, we just gonna just like and share just all of these. And then of course this fool, like these people have to be paid trolls. They have to be, because this guy, along with a bunch of other people, are always posting a bunch of BS all the time. Like it just all day and all night, constantly. And I'm like, these people have to be paid trolls. We ran 80,000 simulations and women are pissed off and well organized in every one of them. Okay, AOC, I'm gonna leave her alone. For now, I'll troll her when y'all aren't watching. I'll post on her account. Houston, Texas, I love you. So Wesley Hunt, good stuff to him. Trump projected to win Georgia. I mean, that was like an hour ago. So yes, that's still the case. I'm looking at it. I got it up on the screen right over here. So Trump looking like he's gonna win Georgia. Elon Musk. Okay, so there's not a whole lot new. Tonight we celebrate. Tomorrow we get to work. Oh yeah, facts. Cause it's looking like, bro, it's looking like it's over, guys. But so Kamala Harris, she can't even get to 270. I think if she wins everything, she can't even get to 270. Like, okay, let's look. Based off of all of this stuff, if she could literally win all of this and she wouldn't get to 270, like she would get like, it would be a stalemate, but she wouldn't get over 270 because Trump has already won. Like if he gets Georgia, then it's like she can't even win at all. Cause I mean, she already got how many votes? So she got 54 electoral votes in California. 54? That is insane, guys. 54. Like you get 16 from Georgia, you get 54. You get only 19 from Pennsylvania, you get 54 from California. That is insane. And she still only had 192. So she'd have to win like everything else, and she's not gonna win Alaska. Okay, guys, it's not gonna happen. Why the hell is Alaska so slow? 1 a.m. I'm not even gonna be awake by then. Let me check Fox News. I think Fox is supposed to have a a Trump interview, right? Let me see if they're doing it. No, not the Kamala. Anybody want to look? Okay, hold on. You know, Kamala's supposed to have one too.
Unsuccessful one for many decades, and it was a miserable experience. And really,
they're more coming in for us, and the answer is yes.
Yeah,
they got all that Green Bay vote. The answer is yes when you look up there. So the next thing we learned from Milwaukee is how many votes, what is her percentage, how does it affect the statewide math?
Let's go, baby.
Left.
Yeah.
Oh, Trump's declaring victory.
You have to turn them out.
He's declaring victory.
I just want to come up here and look at this.
I think he could do it.
This is Green Bay, blue-collar workers.
Go ahead and do it.
61. Vice President's getting 37 or 38 if you want to round that up. That matters.
Oh my God,
that matters.
He almost shot almost 10 points. Right. 9 points.
Right. In a
look, y'all hear fake Tapper over there crying?
In a place where you know,
oh my God.
The Biden campaign,
beta male energy.
You know you're not going to win here. But if you make it that race, if you make it that close, instead of that close.
Yeah.
Ooh, Lord, this is good. Trump won Idaho. That makes more sense to me.
The third of the blue wall states, Michigan. Jim Sciutto is at a vote counting center.
NBC said Rogan is real.
And Jim, an update on the vote in Wayne County. Tell us.
Well, let me tell you, we've been in touch with the Secretary of State.
Here's the fact. Okay, it don't matter what they're saying right now. Here's the thing that does make sense. These guys, they installed Kamala Harris. Why did they pick Josh Shapiro? Do you know they lost the Jewish vote because of the way they treated Israel? They lost the Palestinian vote, all the folks from Gaza, probably majority of the Arab vote, because on one hand, you're going and blowing the hell out of them, and you're also supporting Israel, but you're on the front, like politically, you're not supporting Israel. But on the back end, they're still funneling the money and the weapons to Israel. So they're basically kind of screwing over both, playing stupid politics. The politics is what killed the Democrats. Democrats failed themselves, guys. They failed themselves. That's what this is. Now, I'm still watching the numbers in case, obviously, the math could be wrong. But, guys, Kamala Harris is going to lose the popular vote. She's going to lose the popular vote. I just realized, because with California, the place where you get most of your popular vote is like Pennsylvania, California, Illinois, stuff like that. That's not happening, guys. So California, okay, no, okay. So let me go back. Because they only counted 25. They're just assuming she's gonna win, so they didn't count all of her votes yet. Because by the time this is over, she's gonna have a lot more votes, so she could still win the popular vote. I was about to say, but yeah. So yeah, since they're only at 25%, it's gonna obviously multiply a couple more times, and she's gonna get more votes. So she could catch up a lot in California in terms of popular vote, but in terms of her actual electors, she's not gonna get. I mean, they already included that in the number. So we might be stuck. Like, I don't know if we're going to go up from here. I think they said Michigan was actually higher than this. I think they said that on Live Now from Fox. Michigan is doing better than this. So let me see what else they're talking about.
For the former president, again, in one of the states he flipped
So Trump is gonna be coming out here.
Yeah, that changed while we were talking. She was ahead in Michigan, and now she is no longer ahead. Now Donald Trump is in the lead. Right now, not all the votes are counted, but right now he's leading in all 3 blue wall states.
Plus North Carolina. Plus
I think this is a wrap, guys. I think it's a wrap.
Done with the count? We're not done with
Good
the
job.
This is right now the map of 2016.
Guys, we did good. We got out. I worked hard on this channel. I worked even harder because during election season. But everybody got out to vote. Look, I tried to get people out. Like, people was tripping. So I was like, look, at least I can invigorate some of y'all. Because, some of the people I know is crazy. But I do know some people that were voting for Trump, and they do watch my channel that are actual friends of mine.
by state, county by county, is the math there? And, you know, I'm making these, I'm trying to be fair and trying to be,
Let me go back to TYT.
When you're leading in all of them,
by the time he leaves office or whatever, but in the end he gets the tax cuts he wants, and maybe he clashes with some businessmen. He doesn't like Mark Cuban, but he's going to give Mark Cuban a massive tax cut. He's going to deregulate all of his businesses. Oh yeah, he'll snipe at some of these businessmen and they'll cut their taxes in half. That's what he does. It's rhetorical clashing, and maybe some of the businessmen have like culturally left politics on some things or whatever. But when it comes to their pocketbook, they get what they want. Donald Trump always delivers on that stuff.
Well, I mean, Trump did cut everybody's taxes.
You guys, sorry, I was coughing. Look at that Senate balance, 48-40. Bye-bye. Trump's going to have the Senate, and he's probably going to have the House. Ooh, if he wins, it's
Yes,
still
sir.
not over. It's still definitely not over. But right now, he's leading, and every indication is bad. Sherrod Brown losing in Ohio is bad. Rick Scott winning instantly in Florida is bad. Iowa not being close is bad. Virginia being close when it shouldn't have been close is bad. The only slight ray of hope is Arizona. So I'm going to check back in with Arizona, and then you're going to tell me, oh, no, we lost the lead.
No, I mean, it hasn't really moved. He's still up by 0.2. It's taken a while.
And the House is clearly too early to tell because waiting on Iowa, waiting on California, waiting on races in Nevada as well. They're still swing races.
The Democrats, I think, flipped one seat.
Yeah, and the Democrat and the Republicans, I think flipped an open seat as well. But it's too early to say really what the breakdown of the House is going to be.
So the reason I say that, guys, is that not because I'm following the House races super
In general,
closely.
Chris,
It's
I gotta
because
ask you, does it seem like the process is moving quicker this time around compared to 2020? And is that because of all of those mail-in ballots 4 years ago?
It's moving quicker for a number of reasons. One, we're not in the middle of a pandemic, so election workers don't have to social distance and all those other things that got in the way of moving quickly. Election officials learn lessons from every election, so they have gotten better. They've changed their procedures. They got more people.
I thought they called something. I might have jumped the gun.
Faster, all of those things. But yeah, a big factor is that there are fewer mail ballots. They have those extra steps to process them, especially in those places like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, where they don't get the head start of being able to do that before election.
I've been sitting here reporting from the Herald.
Let's see what Abby Phillip is
I
saying.
appreciate your time. It's glad.
Well, let me see if they say anything first.
Smooth here on election day, very critical election. I appreciate your time.
I'm glad this election's going fast. I know that.
Thanks again for joining us here on a busy day.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, let's continue on covering all the latest here on Live Now from Fox on this election day. As we do want to get to more race calls in terms of the race, the push for the White House. Another one out of New Mexico in favor of Vice President Kamala Harris, 52-46. The check mark next to her name, those 5 electoral votes going to her. And I also want to talk about Oregon one more time.
5.
Harris getting that state as well, 8 electoral votes.
Congrats, Kamala. You got 5 votes, or 5 electors. Good.
Donald Trump. All right, we're also monitoring, like we've talked about time and time again, that
did they just call PA?
Power in the Senate. We do have a new live pick right up now in Pennsylvania of this, in terms of a watch party for Dave McCormick, the Republican in that state. And I do want to put up just this.
Yeah, they ain't called PA yet. They got a ways to go.
In terms of this race in Pennsylvania over incumbent Bob Casey, it is a very tight margin, but a 2-point lead right now at this point for Dave McCormick. The AP has not called it yet, but it is getting closer to the finish line. 80% of the votes have been counted at this point, 2.7 million to 2.6 million in terms of that. All right, we're following all the latest here on this on Live Now from Fox. Let's line away for another quick 2-minute break.
All right, I'm gonna let them do their thing over there. All right, let me show this clip from Abby here.
Right now.
I keep saying first video on the channel because it literally was my first video on the channel was Abby Phillip. She was talking to this union leader. It was a black Democrat lady who was against school choice, and she had brought her kid into private school after advocating for school choice for years, or against school choice for years. But then she brought her kid to a school of her choice. And even fake news propagandist Abby Phillip called that out, which was surprising. I guarantee you that wouldn't happen now, fast forwarding a year. It wouldn't happen now. Let's
Jake,
go and get
let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate.
Yeah, Jake.
Okay, yeah, I feel like I played that earlier. I can't remember if I did or not. Let's see, what is this guy saying? I just want to check out a couple clips here.
The difference in the margin. So Harris is getting in Pennsylvania 58% of the Latino vote, again, 6% of the electorate, to Donald Trump's 41%. That's a 17-point advantage. But 4 years ago, Biden beat Trump with Latinos in Pennsylvania by 42 points. So that is a huge movement for Trump in narrowing that. But look at the difference in the margin. So okay, Harris is getting in Pennsylvania.
Close that. Let's get rid of Abby. See what Cenk talking about over here.
At a time here, and you're only on with us in this segment. Obviously, the Democrats have at least performed worse than they expected. So what is your sense of why?
Kamala. One word, Kamala.
I wish I had a firm answer for that. I do think they were not aggressive enough in ads. But that's a complaint I have about Democrats any day of the week.
What the hell does that even mean?
There was so much material from the Republicans, from Donald Trump himself, and with the amount of money that the Democrats had, there was no excuse to not be flooding the airwaves with all of these, the quotes from these people, the stupid things that they've said and done over the years, highlight their failures, show the footage of the Capitol riot, show the food and toilet paper shortages we had under Trump during COVID.
Okay, well, guys, let me tell you something. Guys, I don't even have regular TV, and I've seen everything that he said in commercials. I've seen it because it still plays all over YouTube. I mean, it's impossible to avoid. Like, if you go out, like, I don't know, to a restaurant or something, they'll have it on, it'll be on the regular TV. If you're watching sports, it comes on. So they've shown the Capitol. They've shown Trump throwing paper towels. They've shown you remember if you like it, whether I'm going to protect them, whether they like it or not, whether they like it or not. They showed all of that. They did good with their ads, but their candidate was trash. That's the issue. No problem, Peggy. Like, get some rest. Look, I took off work, so this is my work. Okay, this is what I got for today. But do what you got to do. When you wake up in the morning, Donald Trump's going to be the next president-elect of the United States of America. So congratulations. We did it, Peggy. Okay, we did it. Everybody, shout out to all 14K subscribers I got. Let me see what Cenk talking about.
There's losers through and through. They'll never learn any lessons. This campaign that Kamala Harris ran was insipid, just a big nothing burger. So, and you look, I don't think Kamala Harris should have come on this show. She can't handle this show. She can't handle anything but talking points. But Tim Walz, what are you doing? We got all excited about Tim Walz. He's a populist guy. He's a guy who's proven that he can get bills passed, got great bills passed in Minnesota. And you don't even want to go on the largest progressive show because they were too busy kissing Liz Cheney's ass. They ran a terrible campaign. So, okay, listen, Farron, I appreciate you, brother. And I want everybody to realize Ring of Fire, excellent show. Not only really smart, progressive, economically popular.
Like this is another funny clip. If you guys have seen this one. So, guys, I'm not even a woman. And I can tell you right now, these women are going to hurt themselves slinging giant-ass sticks around. Because even as a man doing that, you're going to get at least some blisters in your hands or splinters or something. That's a stupid idea. Like, this is why, guys, these people need to get their ass kicked in terms of this election today. Because these people are weird, man. They're weirdos. Like, this isn't who you need running a country. It's a bunch of weirdos. So yeah, there's not a lot. Let me check Liz the TikTok. They post like crazy. Let me see what she's talking about. That's what she posted. I'm gonna give that a share because that's funny as hell. Seen that. It says actual footage of the Harris Walls campaign right now. That's funny. Just dumping trash, huh? What is it? Trash Kamala Harris? Oh, they setting it on fire. Wait a minute. I didn't know. Says they don't want people to shut off the channel. That's crazy. Okay, so I don't think it was supposed to catch fire, so I guess something in there was flammable. Yeah, so Trump is gonna come out, so no worries, guys. I have this up, so I'm watching for Trump. He's gonna come out and say, "Hey, guys, we won." I don't know when. I think he's trying to be cautious because they criticized him last year for doing it, and then he lost. Or they cheated or whatever the hell happened. He didn't end up being president. So I think he's being a little more cautious this time. But the thing is, I don't know, somebody BSing, like, where the hell's the rest of the vote? It's 91%. Like, where the hell's the rest? Or is the rest like mail-ins or something? That's why I said you got to be careful because they could come at the last minute and be like, oh, we had 100,000 mail-ins. You know, you never know what they're going to do. But you know what? They said that in most places, the mail-in ballots have to be received today. So there's like one exception where they can do, like in Pennsylvania or something, they had some special situation where it was like 20 people could send a provisional ballot in to like the 14th or something, but it was like 20 people. It was like a really small amount. So it doesn't really matter. Let me go back to what this fool talking about.
Just the same way, in so many of the ways that TYT is, but also.
Hold up. Shout out to Roberto Hernandez in the building. I appreciate you dropping a 10, okay? Shout out to the homie. Once Trump wins, he should dress like a king, wear a crown while sitting in the White House just to piss off the left even more. Abso-freaking-lutely he should. Absolutely he should. Yo, I had this video. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it real quick, but this, as a matter of fact, I gotta be careful with even playing this video because the music in it is copyrighted music. But I freaking love this video. I'm at least like, I feel like I at least want to play like part of it if I can find it. But it's in like one of the short. I think if you click this live before I started it, then you see it. This one here. This one. Now I might interrupt this. So if I play, since this live is so long, it may not be a big deal. That it might work. I don't know if they'll catch it or not, but you know, I'll tell you, I went nuts when I saw that clip. So for those who don't know, the music is from Attack on Titan. I'm sure, probably, hopefully, at least one person in here knows that already. But it's like one of the greatest animes ever. And if you couldn't tell, it has some of the greatest music ever. But yo, the way they hyped it up, the way they hyped it up, Corn Pop and the Bad Boys, yo, facts. Whoever made that clip, that wasn't me who made that, so I'm not taking credit. It's from a guy named Chris Weinig. Okay, Chris Weinig, it had his name on it, in the bottom right corner. But yeah, he made that, and boy, I was going off. Guys, I think that Georgia is done. So I think Georgia is done. We're going to bring that back. Trump's lead grew a little bit, just a teeny tiny bit. But it's getting to the point where it's like Kamala Harris would basically have to get every single vote. She would have to get like all of them would have to be for her to win. And I just don't see that happening. Pennsylvania, she could definitely still win. It's unlikely, but she could definitely still win Pennsylvania. So, but yeah, they're being slow in Michigan. What is happening in Michigan? Wisconsin, the lead grew. And like I said, Kamala Harris is probably, in my opinion, going to win Minnesota. I said that way earlier. I looked at the data a long time ago. I was like, I don't know why. They got weirdos up there. That's where Tampon Tim won. So that's his spot. So he might win that. They're probably going to win that. Arizona, New Mexico went to Harris. Arizona. Still anybody's game in Arizona. Probably going Trump. I would be willing to bet it's going to go to Trump. But I'm confused about Carrie Lake. Like, how the hell Carrie Lake lose? Because she's losing right now. And I'm like, Carrie Lake, stop losing. Like, why do people not like Carrie Lake? Carrie Lake is awesome. How do you not like Carrie Lake? I'm so confused. So, okay, let me see what they're talking about.
Really honest. And I appreciate that about you, Farron. So thank you for joining us. Really great having you.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody check out Ring of Fire. All right, guys, as we go to the break, I'll just read some names, come back.
Join the diving team.
Let's see what we're talking about.
State, and this is the frustrating thing that I'm trying to figure out. There are different sites that are tracking the numbers, and they're getting it from.
So that's 2 calls. It's over. North Carolina for Trump. Okay, North Carolina's gone. That is an enormous moment in this election. Enormous.
Of course. Good.
She must hold the blue wall.
Which we knew coming in. Trump wins North Carolina. It should say wins North Carolina again. This is not a pickup or a switch, but it's a state that the Democrats thought that they had a great deal of hope in this election. And
what? Why would you have hope after that disastrous Helene handling? You see what I mean? You see what I mean? Like, guys, this is one of the reasons, like, I feel you on that corn pop, because I definitely ain't no sleep happening tonight until Trump comes out and says it's over. I'm still keeping a track right here, and Trump ain't came out yet. So he probably waiting on Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, if Kamala Harris wins Pennsylvania, then that puts him at like he can't get to 270 and she can't get to 270. Then you got to do some sort of crazy runoff election, and we don't want that, guys. So nah, he needs Pennsylvania. Let me see what they're talking about.
And they came closer than they have in a while, but it is a red state with, a lot of people thought that Mark Robinson, the flawed candidate for governor there, was the Republican candidate for governor there, would have taken down the top of the ticket, taken down Donald Trump. It didn't work in that way. Robinson lost. Josh Stein's going to be the governor, and it looks like that Donald Trump won North Carolina's electoral votes.
All right. Well, funny enough, we had Senator Nina Turner from Ohio on when Ohio was called, and on now is Mondale Robinson, mayor of Enfield, North Carolina, right as North Carolina is being.
No, we're not going to do him again.
We're going.
Good job unfortunately, as a minority leader, not as a speaker. I don't know who you would suggest to replace him, and I can't think of a person that would be a good choice to replace him.
Yeah. Look, we keep talking about how the Democrats failed, and you're saying that these are smart folks. I don't see it. I don't see it at all. I see people who lost to Donald Trump twice. I don't think that's smart.
Well, Hakeem Jeffries didn't lose to Trump twice. I'm not sure.
He just lost the House, didn't he?
No, not yet.
Not yet, but he's probably going to lose more in the House. And there's going to be no consequences.
Might. I don't know. I think we ran a good campaign. I think Susan Del Bene did a great job raising money and getting support and parceling out to people that needed it. I hope we can pull that off, and that's our last hope, because it's our last line of defense in trying to stop Trump at doing even more, because he can do a lot with his executive abilities.
So the lights went out.
He did in the last campaign.
I saw that it was dim, but I don't remember it being too much brighter than this.
King, thank you so much.
Because they were watching the TV.
Electoral vote counts, and 4 more are on the line right now as polling places are about to close in Hawaii. And
so yeah,
Kamala Harris will win the state of Hawaii with its 4 electoral votes. Not a surprise. Hawaii relies.
It's funny they're booing, booing because she won Hawaii. I already knew she was gonna win Hawaii.
That's enough to scare them.
Well, Trump's gonna win.
Anybody, including me.
Trump's gonna win Alaska. I mean, like that's free. That's free 99. So, I mean, if Sarah Palin could win it, then anybody can. So
you guys are gonna get steamrolled.
And I have great respect for you, but I just don't think you go totally, off the cliff and think that you can pick somebody, let's say AOC. And all respect to AOC.
But no, I'm not saying AOC.
Who else do we have?
Okay, here. You want a name? I'll throw out a name. Jamie Raskin. I mean, at least the guy's smart. The guy is progressive. The guy.
Guys, look, I can't be too loud because it's still a Tuesday, and people. I mean, I'm not. Look, I'm in an apartment, so, guys. Jamie Raskin, I think I just had a video about this guy, or partially about him. This guy's not a likable guy. He would get smoked as well. These people, this Jink is clueless, man. He is clueless, and he was praising Kamala not long ago. He was praising her. He said that Joe Biden should get out, but he was praising Kamala for a long time. Now he's like, man, they ran a terrible campaign. You wasn't saying that. Like, literally a few hours ago, he was acting like Kamala could still win. Now, he wasn't saying Kamala's going to win in a landslide, but he was saying Kamala could win. And I'm also confused. Does anybody know where the hell Anna is? Because she's clearly on Twitter. Is she, like, doing another separate live stream? Like, I don't know where she's at.
But not in a way that's not practical. He's right on economic issues, universal health care, minimum wage, etc. So I don't mean to do any damage to Jamie Raskin by naming him. God forbid.
Jamie's a smart guy, and he could do a good job. I agree with you.
Yeah.
That's a good. You got me. I didn't think of that one. He's a friend of mine. Score 1 for you.
All right. So, but it doesn't matter. I know Democrats. They won't change a thing. They won't change a thing. So
no, we won't. We won't. It's the same thing. It's difficult to go back. If we don't have the House, I've got to decide whether I'll go back, but it's going to be hard to stay.
Nobody want to listen to this fool. Let me play this Libs of TikTok clip she just posted with Dana Trash, CNN.
And the thing about North Carolina, and John has been talking about this, and we'll do more at the wall, is you do have kind of a sense of the country in the state of North Carolina, in that there are growing minority populations, and there is a growing sort of suburban, maybe more moderate population in and around the big cities. And so that is why the Harris campaign thought, with the dynamics of the country right now, that she would have a better shot. But look, the headwinds of the economy, the inflation that people are feeling, the difficulty in their everyday lives.
Yeah, she could not outrun that Biden economy.
Yeah, and the economy, Chris, that is what people are feeling every single day. I mean, we were talking earlier.
I thought y'all said the economy was good. Y'all remember that? They said the economy was good? Oh, now you want to acknowledge the economy wasn't good. But you were saying it was good for years. These people were trying to gaslight the American people. Imagine you like, man, I'm broke as hell. And they're like, no, you're not. You're doing good. GDP is up. Like, what the hell? Like, shut the hell up, Dana Trash.
About whether or not the sort of women and the idea of this being the first post-Roe presidential campaign was going to
Okay, yeah, it just cuts right there. Good. I ain't trying to listen to whatever she's talking about anyway. Let me see what else. Bernie Moreno. Yeah, he won. We already saw that. Republicans win the Senate. Okay. Okay, let's get it. It's great news. Because the Democrats had the Senate. So Republicans got the Senate, guys. Let's get it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, is there anything? Let's see.
About North Carolina. And
it's that same clip I just saw. Let's see, is there anything? There ain't really like nothing else going on here.
About what we are hearing here.
Yeah, same thing. They keep talking about Bernie Moreno. That's Joy Reid.
We're reaching for. There was a lot of work to try to turn out the college campuses, which were really thick and really packed, and try to turn out the suburbs. And I think there was a lot of hope because of just the insanity, can we say fairly, of the person who's running for governor in that state, and a thought that, you know, defeating him would also carry Harris in. But in the end, you know, if they didn't make their numbers and essentially exceed the numbers that Joe Biden had in the suburbs, and I think we have to be blunt about why. Black voters came through for Kamala Harris. White women voters did not. That is what it appears happened in that state, is that if you can't flip enough white women, and we've talked about this on this set numerous times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, you know, re-electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity.
Let me stop her for a sec. Y'all know this person I can't stand. I really don't cover him on this channel. But y'all see this fool right here in the middle? I was trying to get his face like straight. This fool right here. This loser right here, Ari Melber. Man, I cannot stand this dude. This dude is he's such an idiot. I went to school with dudes like this. This type of dude where if he get bullied, it's like, you know what, I ain't even mad. I'm not saying I was a bully because I wasn't. But this dude, if you see him get bullied, it's like you just kind of just let him just, you know, let the kids just pick on him, because it's like he's kind of a little, he's a little snitch, okay? He's a little P word, okay? Like, I can't stand this dude. And he's eating crow. You can see the level of unhappiness. Look at the frustration on Joy Reid's face. Look at the frustration on her face. The distress. I freaking love looking at these woke leftists upset.
In place, you know, they interact with the patriarchy. And, you know, God bless Shannon Watts.
God, what's up with these people in their vocabulary? Their favorite words is misogyny, patriarchy, racism, white supremacy. I mean, God.
For Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, you know, God bless Shannon Watts, who has tried to have that conversation. But if people aren't receptive to it, and if people vote more, you know, party line or more on race than on gender and on protecting their gender, there's really not much more that you can do but tell people what the risks are and leave it to them to do the right thing.
What is the right thing, Joy? What if they disagree with you? It's called having ideological differences. If you're reporting news, you're supposed to be non-partisan. If anybody's supposed to be opinionated, it's supposed to be a channel like mine, not a big mainstream news media network like MSNBC. But I digress. Shout out to Roberto Hernandez with the $20. Appreciate it, brother. Too bad there's so many conservative channels. You deserve a lot more views. Keep it up, man. Look, it's all good because some people are probably going to drop off after the election, because there's a lot of people who hopped on the election bandwagon. They saw how crazy this was getting. I called this a while back, which is one of the reasons I started this channel. First off, I started doing more research. I started watching conservative channels. So I've seen Black Conservative Perspective. So that's like one of my favorite channels. So shout out to Greg, okay? Shout out to the homie, Greg, okay? We haven't met or anything, but one of these days, okay? So I learned about, Anthony Brian Logan after I started my channel. I didn't actually know about him. Officer Tatum, so funny story, I'm gonna tell y'all a story instead of listening to boring polls, because most likely Trump's gonna win. We got it. So you know, I'll keep watching, and we'll get back to polls in a second. But funny story, I want to get Joy Reid's ugly face off the screen. But funny story, so Officer Tatum, it was not that funny of a story, but I saw his channel. I never saw him in person, and I listened to it for a long time. It was like a live stream. And he was talking like how I talk now. And I was like, man, this dude is an idiot. I was like, this guy is stupid. I was like, this dude is a shucking and jiving coon. Okay. I was like, he's a raccoon. Okay. I was ignorant. Same thing for Candace Owens. Candace Owens is like the most infamous one. And I used to do the same thing. I used to be like, Candace Owens. I used to post memes. I was doing everything, especially with Candace Owens. Oh man, I feel bad. I'm sorry, Candace. If Candace ever see this, look, don't tell nobody. If I could tell her like to her face, it'll be like less like, oh, this dude was talking crap about you. But you know, I didn't do it on camera, but I used to do it on social media. And I was wrong for that because Candace Owens, she just was smarter than me, and I didn't realize the same thing for Officer Tatum. Because once you actually do research on these Democrats, you really know what the truth is, and once you see it, you cannot unsee it. But I mean, those are like the main ones. I think LFR Family. I don't really watch LFR Family, but I've heard of it. I heard of that channel. Anton Daniels, I'm familiar with that channel. What is it? Was the other one Cartier Family, something like that? Carter Family, with the like the 4 black dudes. So yeah, I've seen like the big ones. And there's some other ones that are big too. They're just like not as big, but they're big, still bigger than my channel. So yeah, you're right. It is extra competition out there, but it's all good. I think we can all eat, and there's a lot of platforms. There's another dude, Right Wing Angel. He's on Instagram. There's this dude Colin, the dude I have on the screen here. Colin on
it's a state that.
Colin on X. I mean, this dude is like top of his game. 1.5 million followers. This dude he got all the stories. Colin, oh man, this dude's good. So you're talking about a competitor. This dude is quick on X. Like he's all over it. But yeah, I know all these guys, but no, it's all good. I'm gonna just keep making the stories. And there's other channels that don't do politics normally, but they started doing it. They're probably gonna stop after the election's over, or somewhere around the time the election's over. Once certification comes in place, people will talk about it less. And I'm gonna talk about politics a little bit less. It's really a news channel. It's not really like a politics channel. It's really a reaction channel to whatever I feel like talking about, but it happens to be stuff that I want to cover on the channel that I feel like is going to create improvement in the lives of everybody who's watching it. And a lot of time that includes the economy and just self-improvement of your life, or life lessons, or calling out the fake news, stuff like that. And the fake news is not going to stop being fake for a long time. When they do, I don't have a channel anymore and I got to do something else. So they're probably not going to do that. So, but yeah, Trump still hasn't come out yet. I still got the thing up here.
During the Democratic primary.
Yeah, they just keep showing the podium. He's waiting on Pennsylvania, man. I'm telling you right now, he's waiting on Pennsylvania. Because I think it's fair to say you get Pennsylvania. That doesn't put him at 270, but I think that's close enough where you could call it. If he gets Pennsylvania. Let's see where we're at now. I think this is higher, isn't it? So Trump he's almost at a 200K lead. Not quite. Here, it's a lot more like 120K. But here he's like around 100 and 180K, something like that, close to that. So, yeah, I think Trump's got, in my opinion, he's got both of them. So the math isn't on Kamala Harris. It's almost a statistical impossibility for Kamala Harris to pull back in Georgia. So she's probably lost Georgia. Pennsylvania is her only hope. And Miss, I want to ban fracking, but I don't want to ban fracking. Or I haven't banned fracking, but I want to ban fracking. She's probably not going to win Pennsylvania. Okay. Michigan, they BSing, but it did go up on Google at least. Wisconsin is looking rough. It's looking pretty rough for her, Wisconsin. So Arizona's been at 50% for a long time. So I don't know where the hell the rest of their votes is at, but they've been at 50% for a long time. They BSing, man. They don't want to probably count the votes fast. To be honest with you, a lot of these workers, a lot of these poll workers, they be Democrats, man. No, don't tell me Adam Schiff. Oh yeah, he's out there in California. Oh man, they got Adam Schiff. I'm sure he's a little ugly, but I'm not about to. I didn't mean to do that. I'm not about to like show his. I'm not about to show his speech, but there he is. He's feeling victorious as hell. This dude's such a freaking slime ball, man. Adam Schiff doesn't even have to try out there in California. He need to run somewhere where it's difficult. Look, shout out to the homie Roberto with the $50. $50. Yo, Roberto, what are you doing? What are you doing, Roberto? You about to make me lose my voice, Roberto. The homie. Look, the homie with the money, okay? Look, the homie with the coins, bro. Look, I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. Look, Roberto, hopefully this wasn't an accident and you meant to do 5, because 50 is a lot. Reading your comment here, this is a damn sweep. I mean, she closed in a little bit, but and I don't know what they doing in Nevada. How the hell they count California? We ain't got nothing from Nevada. Like, seriously? I mean, I know they just guessed these, but Nevada has nothing. Like, bruh. Arizona, man, that is insanely close. It's literally 13,000 vote difference, and you're at 50%. That's insane. 86% Pennsylvania. Yeah, these have literally not been moved. Pennsylvania moved a little bit, but yeah, it's still. I mean, technically, it's still too close to call. Like, if Kamala Harris miraculously got like all of these, then yeah, that would definitely not be good. So that's 10, 15. Let me do something, man. I'm bust out a calculator. All right, so we're gonna do some maths. Okay, we're gonna do math. So watch me. All right, so we got 10, 15, 19, and 16. 10, 15, 19, 16. All right, that'll be 60. So Trump would be at 290. If he wins all of them, he'll be at 290. If Kamala gets all of them, she's at 270. So yeah, technically anybody can still win. It's looking like it's probably not going to happen for Harris, but technically it's still doable. So, you know, it's unfortunate. I mean, we're in a good spot. We are in a good spot, but a miracle could happen for Kamala. So I'm not gonna overly celebrate. Okay, I'm not gonna overly celebrate. But
official decision.
Wait, hold up.
Yeah, Madison, you know, that area is really come around in recent years because the Harris campaign thought that they had a real shot in Georgia. We haven't called it yet. There's a reason for that. They're just waiting for other vote to come in. But there's an excitement there that they're finally going to get over the top.
Oh, absolutely. There is an excitement here. And we've been talking to folks on the ground. The fact that Georgia...
Hold up. Wait a minute. We got something else. Going on.
And family party says, quote, her path is so narrow that she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. Don't believe that will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me, quote, I 100% agree. The path is very difficult to victory. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source close to the campaign said, I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Harris may be coming to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. So that's reporting there from Fox's Jackie Heinrich about what we're learning with this race for the White House. Not a lot of call. North Carolina was called for Trump, but Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin yet to be called at this point as well. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox.
Hilarious.
Let's bring in my colleague, Austin Westville, also political analyst.
Nah, we're not bringing him in. Not on the Black Anomaly Rising channel. We're gonna look at we're gonna look at Cenk Uygur meltdown on a little tiny clip.
Having said that, what percentage is reporting in North Carolina?
76%
reporting. You're down by 7. You're in a world of trouble. You're like, yes, it matters which counties, but you're still in a world of trouble. And in so much trouble that one of the organizations has already called it. Okay, now let's go to Georgia.
Yeah, by the way, Iowa has been called by CNN at least for Trump.
Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm gonna I'm getting revved up here on a significant rant. So, because Kamala Harris is not winning, and the people who thought that Kamala Harris was going to win in a landslide are totally wrong. Having said,
yeah, so we actually saw that. For anybody who was here, we saw that earlier. So, all right, let's see what else going on here. Newsmax. I never really played Newsmax.
And that issue right there, because that hurts my heart as a mother.
No, absolutely. It's horrific what this administration has done. They've tried to flip the script and try to control the narrative, but people need to understand the crisis that we're seeing at the border, this administration has caused it. When you're seeing the children that are coming across, that they're missing children, that all falls on this administration because they empowered the smugglers, they empowered the drug traffickers, and they continue. Look, the drug traffickers don't care. They use the individuals that are coming across, they use them almost like human cattle. And this administration, with the lack of consequences towards the crime, have empowered them even more so. And we've all seen it. Look, President Trump had the plan to fix it, and the numbers were low. Day one of this administration taking over, everything boosted up. And the only individual that can fix it is Donald Trump. That's why I continue to say it's not just a win for Donald Trump, it's a win for America. And it's a win for the rest of the world because they're the victims.
And if he was to win, not just deportations, but also penalties, if you kill an American, death penalty, things like that, taking on the cartels. Artel Cuero, you tell the story so well. We know you're a great force out there on the front line. So thank you so much for being a part of our.
Now, I'm gonna tell y'all one thing, though, about the whole death penalty thing and how I feel about that. Because there's a reason why I'm mixed on death penalty. Is not because I don't think that the bad people, like I care if somebody is truly evil and did crazy things that they shouldn't be killed. But if you ever dealt with the legal system, you know that it doesn't matter if you're innocent or guilty, they're gonna try to get you anyway. So that's the only reason I disagree with the death penalty is that they might be wrong with the conviction and they can sentence you to death. And if they do, you're gone. No comebacks, like, no, we found additional evidence and you're innocent, so we let you out. Nope, you're gone. That's the only reason why I disagree with the death penalty, because the legal system is so unfair. Them prosecutors are crazy. You said, what accent will Kamala have when she concedes? That's a great question. You better thank a union member. Oh, man, Kamala Harris. Look, Linda, Kamala Harris is good at hiding. She was playing hide and seek. She was doing that for months. She's not coming out. Okay, she's not coming out to concede. Imagine having to concede to Trump with all the lies and BS and nonsense. Like, she's not gonna come out and do that. I don't know what the hell she's gonna do. Hold on, let me.
You've got pundits. You've got.
See what they're talking about.
You are seeing what a difference that makes where he is outperforming what we saw earlier leading into this in the polls.
And how crazy is that the younger candidate, there was a lot of talk that a younger candidate would draw younger voters, but Joe Biden drew them in a larger numbers than she appears to have.
Carl, you've been on the back end of nights like this. You have been digging into the numbers. What board do you have for us now?
There you go.
Where we began, it all comes down to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, if it goes for Trump, will settle the contest. It'll be mathematically impossible for her to win.
So as
you need Pennsylvania. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, guys.
Unfolded a little bit of change earlier in the evening. It looked like he was doing slightly better tonight in Pennsylvania, for example. He's doing better in all 4 of the southeastern suburban counties, as well as doing better in the rural parts of the state. And it is an unusual coalition. It's inner city ethnics, it's Catholics who have been for decades the principal swing vote in America. Increasingly Hispanic voters among them.
All right, let me see what TYT's saying.
Yo, somebody's gonna win, somebody's gonna lose, and a lot of people are gonna be upset about it. It's the way it is. What's next is to see then how the country then moves forward, regardless of which person wins. That's honestly the next big thing, of course, after we get the final results. But let's just wait and see. I've never been big on, if she was winning this way, I wouldn't be like, it's over at all. Why do that? It's
Cap. That's Cap. He lying. Oh, there go Anna. Let's go, Anna. Look. I actually like Anna now because she's kind of red pill.
Yeah, you're the best, brother. Everybody, check out Watch Lists. Check out Watch Lists with Jared Jackson. All right.
Absolutely. We'll be doing stuff tomorrow for sure on all this.
All right. Perfect. All right. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back in a second. Keep voting on who's going to win the blue wall. But again, Trump is winning that one gigantically, even in our poll. And we'll have a couple more polls when we come back as well. And we got to check in on some of the ballot measures. I got to give you some good news. So we'll talk about some of the ones.
All right. Well, they're going on break. So, all right. So let's see. Let me check here. Let's see what they're saying something about Georgia.
And you don't work for the Associated Press. That's who's calling these races for us. But when you look at these figures, what do you say about Harris's chances in the Peach State?
Bad.
It looks very dim. I mean, we don't know, obviously, until we get 100% of turnout. It's obviously very close, but perhaps she did not maximize the vote that she could get in places like Fulton County. It's interesting because her strategy, she actually spent 2 days on the campaign trail just riding through southwest Georgia, rural parts of Georgia, some of whom were traditionally Republican areas, to try to minimize the damage that they could have in those areas. It looks like it really was for naught. It didn't really have necessarily the effect that they thought it would. They also employed Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton went to the many parts of southern Georgia, traditionally culturally conservative, the types of people similar to those that Bill Clinton won over in 1992 when he actually won the state. He went out. He tried to get those. It looks like, despite what Barack Obama did, despite what Bill Clinton did, despite what Harris did, and despite what Tim Walz did, they seem to be treading water right now. And if they lose Georgia, they certainly would need to take just about all 3 of those states. But Georgia's a very interesting state. Certainly, it has some very Democratic areas right around Atlanta. You have to maximize your turnout, as well as some of the African American areas toward the south.
Yo, shout out to the homies, Christine King. Okay, shout out Trump Panola. Okay, like I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Look, I'm not that well traveled, so you're gonna have to forgive me, but I appreciate the 5. Okay, like I appreciate it. Shout out to you. Okay, OG, and shout out to Linda. Appreciate the 20. You are one of the best. Okay, definitely up there. One of the channel goats, greatest of all time. Okay, because you always stay in these comments, and I appreciate it because I need the engagement. I appreciate the opportunity to really just be a part of something bigger. We all get caught up in our own world, and of course I'm caught up in mine too, but this is bigger than just me. This is about America, and I really believe that. And it's about all of us, even the people who don't agree with us. I mean, these people will literally be standing in the pile of rubble, half dead or dead, still thinking it's not their fault. And, look, they could go off that cliff. I don't want them to, and I don't want to go with them. So we're going to make America great again, F that. Okay, so I appreciate the 20, Linda. Your commentary is great and entertaining. Yeah, I mean, I try. I am literally not new at it, but I am not a veteran, especially as it relates to this channel. The live streams I used to do was on the gaming channel. So that's the highest level that I got to. It's on the gaming channel, which isn't bad, but it's definitely different because it's a whole different level of maturity for the crowd, right? So gaming channel is mainly like people that are like half my age. Let me see what he's talking about. But on this channel is people who are like, in some cases, twice my age.
Why is this particular county important, Rich? I'm sure you know this. This is one of the largest areas of Arab Americans in the country. Can you tell us about how their vote factors into this election? The Israel-Hamas war has been a major talking point of both campaigns.
Yes, very interesting. We saw Donald Trump the last weekend of the campaign actually going to Dearborn, Michigan. Dearborn, Michigan has the largest share of Muslim and Arab American voters per capita. But I think that there has really been a lot in the community have been inflamed. Last time around, Joe Biden won 86% of the Muslim vote. This time around, there was a poll taken by the Center for Islamic American Relations that showed Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate in that community, remember, we're just talking about Muslim Americans, was actually winning a plurality of the vote. It's not that they necessarily liked Jill Stein per se. It's more that they were trying to send a message to Vice President Harris that they wanted there to be an arms embargo, and many of them blamed Joe Biden and Vice President Harris for continuing to send arms to Israel that are used in Gaza. So this really has been a lot of disaffected voters, Muslim voters. Some of them are going to Donald Trump. Some of them will be going to Jill Stein. And some of them are going to certainly stay with Vice President Harris. But Donald Trump has went in there. He racked up some endorsements. Some mayors in that county certainly have endorsed his campaign. But it's really Arab endorsements for the Democrats. It's similar to what Hubert Humphrey had in 1968 in the Vietnam War. He just could not.
And shout out to Robert Hernandez again. This man's a maniac, guys. This man is the greatest. Like, shout out to you, Rob. Like, you a OG. Look, let me make sure I drop some hearts on y'all. Drop some hearts on these comments here. I think I got all of them, I'm pretty sure. But yes, I appreciate. It's so much stuff on. I done loaded so many pages up that I'm looking at the same time. Okay, yeah, I appreciate the $20. Look, I didn't really expect to get any donations, guys. So anything is absolutely appreciated, guys, for sure. I really mean that.
Some of these hotly contested battleground states in Georgia. I want to put up this post here as Donald Trump there at a lead, almost over 2 points at this moment. 16 very critical electoral votes. In Pennsylvania, it is even tighter there, 19 electoral votes. Trump, though, in the lead at this point. So we're following the latest with that, as well as a key Senate seat in Pennsylvania up for grabs right now. Dave McCormick does lead that by just 1 percentage point. And we could be hearing from Dave McCormick here in a matter of moments. You can see the crowd somewhat get riled up at this stage there in Pennsylvania. So we'll take you out to this as soon as it happens here on Live Now from Fox. But we're also seeing movement right now in West Palm Beach, Florida, at the watch party for former President Donald Trump. We see someone on the stage. We don't know if they're setting up the microphone.
Oh, they getting ready.
The stage is set.
They getting ready, baby.
Out at this point, but we're following the latest.
they're not going yet, but the fat lady is real close. Wait a minute, somebody. Yeah, I see somebody up there.
The blue wall. How? If it's moved every direction for the past 3 decades.
Okay, they're not doing nothing yet. They're getting ready though.
All right, there's 3 counties here in Philadelphia that really tell a story.
At Howard tonight, Cedric Richmond will come out and give remarks. Harris is expected to speak tomorrow, and you can imagine the crowd there at Howard University disappointed by this. You can see maybe some of them learning this news, hearing some about this, and potentially leaving for the night to see Harris tomorrow. The enthusiasm going off as is past midnight there. So plenty of people still waiting here on this election night. Let's find a way for a quick 2-minute break. We'll get out to more top headlines after this.
All right. So, all right. Let me see who's all still on this stream. Okay. So who's ready to, start putting people in camps? So I'm going to go ahead and get the chain, and I'm going to get ready for Donald Trump to put the chains on my wrists and my legs and send me back to Africa. Okay, so we're gonna get ready for him to put his dictator hat on and start doing Nazi salutes. So get ready to do your best Nazi salute. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and round up all the Jews and get the concentration camps ready. We're gonna go ahead and line Liz Cheney up, and we're gonna make sure we get her taken care of. Okay, this is what these idiots really. Some people think that, guys. Just think about that for a second. That's so stupid. Some people literally went out here and voted because they think all the stuff I just joked about is really gonna happen. Like we about to be in camps. The View. The cackling hens. Oh yeah, expect the video tomorrow. Expect the video tomorrow. The cackling hens, they better be on the TV. They better not take no days off. Don't nobody stay home. Don't run. I want to see y'all on election, not the day after the election. I want to see what they got to say. I want to see them say, men failed us. White men failed us. Black men failed us. White women failed us. You guys don't care about women. You chose money and rich people over women's bodily autonomy. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna cry and bitch and moan and complain and just be stupid the whole freaking time. And I can't wait for it. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, Trump ain't coming out yet. When he actually do come out, I'm gonna make sure to catch it. But I gotta be careful because just so y'all know, YouTube will yank these videos off if you do the wrong thing.
Howard University instead. It will be Cedric Richmond there, the co-chair of the Harris campaign. Let's listen in to what he has to say here on Live Now from Fox on election night.
Loser.
But you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Gary, I appreciate.
Quick speech there from Cedric.
Yeah, they're out. So guys, it's over. I'm gonna tell you why in a second. But Gary, no, I really appreciate it. I feel the same way about you, Darren, Linda, Cynthia, Roberto. Okay, Roberto dropping the money.
Where former President
Donald
Trump is in attendance. You can see plenty of camera phones out right now. I don't know if anyone will step to the podium here in just a matter of moments, but the mic check is going to be in place. But let's just continue to give you a
We got them, guys.
What we're learning is some of the battleground states already called, that one being North Carolina, called a check mark next to his name for the former president Donald Trump.
The millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border, they're taking black jobs now. And it could be
the supporters to the crowd.
It's really that simple. For those who didn't catch that.
Millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border, they're taking black jobs now.
That's all it is to it. That's Donald Trump takes black jobs
now.
Okay, he just took. I mean, Kamala Harris ain't black, but you know what I'm saying.
Through the border, they're taking black jobs now.
Donald Trump's taking black jobs. Donald Trump's taking Asian American jobs, Indian American. Donald Trump just took Kamala Harris's job. Send that hoe back to McDonald's. I don't care.
Allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now. And it could be 18,
That's
it could
hilarious.
be 19, and even 20 million people.
That's hilarious. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna tell y'all why it's over. It don't matter what they're talking about. Let me make sure Trump's not coming out. Is Trump coming out? Nah, he's not coming out yet. He's about to come out though. I'm gonna tell y'all why and why them people just left. So let's look at these results. Pennsylvania, 88%. Okay, so you're looking at almost a 200,000 lead. 200,000 votes, guys. Like almost that many. Georgia, 94%. Trump's growing in the lead in Georgia. Okay, they're leaving. It's over. Because if Trump looks like he's about to win Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris literally cannot win at all if she loses Pennsylvania. It's over. Kamala Harris would have to get like all the votes. Like she'd have to get all of them in order to win. So, and the likelihood of that happening is just so low. It's just so low. I think that's why they called it why she left. They called Georgia. Oh shit. Wait a minute. Who called Georgia?
I want to just tease out how exactly Trump's path could lead him to victory now. So we've been talking all day about how Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania would be his easiest path. Well, on top of that, he's also going to have to get Alaska, which we do expect as long as everything falls the way that we expect it to. We expect eventually Alaska will be called in the red. Then there's these two little areas in Nebraska, and there's one in Maine as well. Let's just talk about this map, Rich. Ultimately, it's looking like states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. Is it very possible that some of these battleground states won't end up mattering?
Yeah, theoretically, if one candidate can win 5 or 6 of the swing states and the election is pretty much over, I don't think that's going to be the scenario. I think that every battleground state will matter. Just the fact that we only have 7 battleground states is the first time you go back to 1980 when there were only 10 battleground states. They had such few battleground states.
All right, they just, okay, cool. Look, shout out to the homie. Like, shout out to MAGA. Like, this picture goes so damn hard. Okay, look, I'm gonna say this somewhere. Okay, this dark MAGA. I'm gonna save this somewhere. We're gonna get back to that. Okay, we're gonna get back to that later. But yes, dark MAGA. Yes, we hearting, we sharing. Okay, we reposting. I'm gonna hold on. I gotta leave a comment. Dark. Hold on. I'm gonna put it in all caps. Dark MAGA in this bitch. Dark MAGA. I'm gonna put the fire where the fire at, and I'm gonna yell it. Okay, so we gotta yell it. Dark MAGA in this bitch. It's looking like raps, ladies and gentlemen. It's looking like raps. So I definitely want to see. This awesome victory speech. Oh, CNN. Oh yeah. That would not surprise me. Yeah, Live Now is waiting on Associated Press. CNN is making their own calls. Let me see what else. See what else is happening. I had a clip. I've been trying to find this damn clip to play for y'all for like the last 10 damn minutes. Let me see.
If she...
Look, Kristen Welker's propaganda head ass.
Well, and that's what makes the timing, I think, of President Biden's decision to step down after the debate something that, if she does in fact lose, will be under a microscope, because of course there was so much discussion even over the summer about potentially having an open primary and having that fight play out within the Democratic Party. So I think it's one of the big questions moving forward. Well, and that's what makes the timing, I think, of President Biden's decision to step down.
That's not even a right clip. I was trying to find something else. I don't know. Hold on. Okay, yeah, this one.
You got for us in Georgia.
Fake Tapper. Let's listen to Fake Tapper.
Good. There you go. Pamela, what do you got for us in Georgia?
This is important information in Georgia. I'm getting from Gabriel Sterling, the top election official there. The margin right now in Georgia is 118,000 votes, right? 100,000 votes are outstanding right now. This is what I'm being told from Gabriel Sterling. Now, he says the split will go marginally for Harris. So let's break down what we know about where some of that outstanding vote is. Chatham, 40,000 outstanding, I'm told. This is a county that went to Biden in 2020. Carroll, outstanding, 18,000. This is a county that went to Trump in 2020. And then you have the blue counties of DeKalb and Fulton. DeKalb has 3,000 outstanding ballots. Fulton has 2,000 outstanding ballots. Again, just to recap, tight margin, 118,000, 100,000 votes still out in Georgia. And Gabriel Sterling says it's the split coming from that will be marginally, his prediction is for Harris. But this is what the data coming in is showing right now. Back to you.
John, do you have any questions for Pamela?
You say the total outstanding votes is 100,000?
He said 100,000 votes out. Yep.
Well,
And so I just gave you a little snapshot of where some of those places are. Chatham, Carroll, I asked, when are we going to find out these results from these counties? He did not have a timeline exactly for that, but hopefully soon.
But the significance, obviously, that Donald Trump right now has a margin of 118,838 votes, and you're saying there's 100,000 left.
If he's being literal, sometimes 100,000, they're getting calls from counties and they say 20,000, it's really 22.
Right.
They say 30,000, it could be 33.
John,
but if he's
can I just jump in?
Yes, please.
Actually, we asked about how do you know these numbers, and actually by law they have to have it, the actual numbers. So I understand your point, but I think they do have more precise numbers based on what the law requires.
Interesting.
Well, then if that math sends a shockwave through the Harris campaign.
Yeah.
If that is literal, just even if she won them all, if there's 100,000 left, and she won them all, and she won't, he's 118,000
She
votes
said
ahead.
marginally for Harris, which means probably like 53-47 or something along those lines.
So it's
have
impossible.
The decision desk talk to the people in Georgia. Can I go back?
So that makes sense. So that's why y'all are saying that CNN called Georgia, because it's impossible, and that's just what I was saying. So I saw the thing about the boxes, corn pop. Like, you gotta relax. Like, you gotta relax. It's okay. It doesn't matter. Okay, like, don't worry about it. It doesn't matter, because what matters is Pennsylvania and Georgia. If Kamala loses, if she don't get Pennsylvania, I don't even think she could win at all if she loses Pennsylvania, and it's looking like that's the case. So I would say, don't sweat it, brother. I see what they're talking about. For those who don't know, yes, they got this. They got stuff coming in. But it's okay. Okay.
This is the one angle you can see election workers here in Philadelphia that is not there. There's some ballot.
But yeah, the video just cuts right there, so you can't see anything beyond that. But I'm not concerned about that. I mean, we can be aware. Okay, you don't gotta relax, but don't worry. Try not to worry, because I don't think you got nothing to worry about. Yeah, everybody's going crazy. Like, guys, look at this chat. Look at this. It's the chat. The chat's going nuts. So everybody's happy as hell because they feel like their damn grocery price is about to decrease. All right, look, I'm gonna keep this up for a second while I look on another screen here.
And I went to the campaign, I said, what's going on there? Because it was men. It was white men. And they said, we notice in the upper Midwest, at the time they were thinking about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio to a lesser degree, and Pennsylvania. That's what they were thinking about. And they said, we noticed that there was a certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016. They sat out 2020, and we're trying to win them back. Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that tonight?
There was sort of a rule of thumb we were adopting that, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier in conversation with y'all, but that the gender gap is a double-edged sword. Gender gap can help or hurt depending upon the absolute level of support. We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer to that sort of magic number than she was. So what they call it the bro strategy or whatever, it seems to have paid some dividends up there. I mean, we're still waiting, but it's looking pretty good for him.
So we can definitively say that the poll that we don't talk about in Iowa.
So Roberto, look, shout out to the homie again. Yo, you just dropping all the cash. What do you do for a living, my G? Look, I appreciate the 10. You're saying, how's it disclosing? Man, look, it is a landslide. You're saying, how is it not a landslide? Look, where's my map? Hold on. I got too many screens open here. Let me find my map. Okay. Let's see what we're looking at. Okay, so Trump is up, and it looks like he gained more in Pennsylvania. So now he's over 200,000 up. They still got 10%, but he's 200,000 up. most likely whatever's coming in is not going to be all Harris. So he's very likely to win. Georgia's called for Trump. Okay, so Trump is at 246. Basically, Trump, if Trump wins, like, he pretty much need like one more of anything, and it's over. Then Kamala she's not going to have the math required to win. But especially if he gets Pennsylvania, which, again, it looks like he will, then it's over. They got votes coming in, sure, but look, it'd be like that. Yeah, Trump is coming out in a second, but he ain't out there yet. So, yeah, let me check. Michigan, close, Trump leading. Donald Trump sweeping in Wisconsin. Kamala probably not coming back from that. Arizona still, damn, man, Arizona is so close. It's like, but they yeah, like in Nevada, okay, they finally started counting in Nevada. Jesus. So Nevada could go either way, because I feel like Arizona has a better chance for Trump. Nevada could possibly go to Harris, but I don't know. Trump is definitely showing up tonight. He definitely showing. Trump ain't sleeping either. I already know that for a fact.
Hope did a lot of phone banking for to get money out of politics. 73%.
Nice.
Crushing victory. Okay.
Love it.
Yeah.
What are they talking
so
about?
You know why I did a part of the phone banking there. The Operation Hope guys that are in the town hall, and we got to go to tyt.com/hope. You'll see when the next town hall is, etc. Those guys are the best people on planet Earth. Okay. And when we called into Maine, it didn't matter if we got a Democrat or a Republican or anyone. Like when we called into Massachusetts for the minimum wage, we got a lot of pushback. So I'm not surprised by that result at all. But in
Wait a
Maine,
minute.
I do see it.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Dang, guys, hold on. We got Van Jones over there. We about to react to Van Jones in a second. I'm just making sure. I got to make sure I don't miss the Trump speech, but okay. Hold on. I got to make sure to monitor that. But look, let's see what Van Jones is talking about over here. Okay.
I hear what you're saying. And I do see it differently, because I'm thinking about the people who are not a part of anybody's elite who are hurting tonight.
What a little
there
pussy.
are African-American women who know a little bit about being talked down to, and know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed, who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple of months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt. And they were hoping that maybe this time, one of their own could be seen as worthy. And once again, they were facing rejection. And that hurts. They thought tomorrow morning they're going to walk out with their shoulders back a little bit, maybe able to breathe for the first time and feel like they belong someplace. They did everything that they knew how to do.
Oh my God.
And it's going to be harder than it should be tomorrow for them to hold their heads up. And they're not the only people who are hurting tonight. If you're a parent of a trans kid,
really,
your child's face was used as a springboard to power for somebody. That doesn't feel good. There are going to be people tomorrow. We're going to be handing clothes at the dry cleaners to people who don't have papers. There are going to be people who are going to be cleaning your teeth tomorrow who don't have papers, and they're terrified tonight. And so it's easy to blow this off. Oh, look at the elites. They're going to get their comeuppance. It's not the elite that's going to pay the price. It's people who woke up this morning with a dream and are going to bed with a nightmare. And those people didn't deserve to be respected and held and talked to. Those are the people who are going to pay the price for whatever Donald Trump decides to do.
Yeah, but Van, how do we know that those people didn't vote? A large portion of those people aren't part of the people that elected Donald Trump.
Well,
right? I think that's a good part of the electorate. And the black women, the party, the Democratic Party, let those black women down. Not Donald Trump.
This dude is such a freaking crybaby, bro. Such a freaking crybaby. God, this dude is such a little P-word. I can't stand this dude. Van Jones. Man, what a loser. Let me see what y'all talking about over here. All right, let me pull this over. Doing a little shifting around. I got to clean it up every now and again because I got so many pages up. I'm looking back and forth. I'm down and all around, baby. Let's go. We won the Senate. Yeah, I saw that. Yes, we did win the Senate. Senate's over with. We won the Senate. What's going on with the House? Anyone know? Well, we started with it, and more than likely we're keeping it. More than likely we're catching everything. So all signs point to we got everything. We just got to confirm the presidency first. Chuck going to be crying. You talking about Chuck Todd, that freaking weirdo with the face where his face looked like a dog or something? Van too. Oh yeah. I'm a plumber in LA. Roberto, bro, like, yo, this man is a G, son. Look, I appreciate you, man. Look, you doing the damn thing, homie. Roberto, I'm a plumber out of LA, and the way they ravaged the country for almost 4 years, I was expecting her to only win New York and California. Man, you know these people went all out Trump deranged, and unfortunately, a lot of that stuff worked, but to a lot of us who care more about our wallet than propaganda, it didn't work against a lot of people. So we're good. Yeah, they're still waiting. See, Kamala Harris bailed on her people. I'm gonna get these fools off the screen. Kamala Harris bailed. She didn't even talk to him. That's wrong, guys. These people work their ass off for I can't stand I seriously can't stand. I'm not gonna say I hate her, because I mean she's an idiot. Maybe she just don't know any better. But I'm seriously disappointed in Kamala Harris because those people are working their ass off. Those people waited out there for her, and she didn't even bother talking to them, guys. And they probably still gonna stay loyal to her. You see what I mean about Kamala Harris? This is the type of leader she is. If she was a true leader, even in the face of humiliating defeat, she would get out there like, guys, we did everything we could. There's a slim chance it's not looking good. There's a slim chance. Let's talk about it. We're going to see what happens tomorrow. She couldn't even do that. I feel tonight, the two biggest emotions I felt is one, joy from what appears to be a complete and total victory, but two, anger and frustration at Kamala Harris because she proved everybody right about her being a terrible choice. She didn't even come out and speak to people waiting for her. Like, bro, why the hell wouldn't you say something? At Howard, they're talking about she's gonna speak tomorrow. Nah, speak today. They waited for you today. These people worked, a lot of them probably harder than Harris did, and she couldn't even talk to them. Like, this is what I'm talking about. I thought she was gonna say something. It's not even that I just care about those people that much, but they care. They're still our brothers and sisters, guys. And they care, and they think they're fighting for what's right, even if they're retarded, but they think they're fighting for what's right. And Kamala Harris disappointed them not only by being a failure, by not even speaking to him. She's too embarrassed. She didn't want to come out and speak to him. She should feel ashamed of herself for that too, on top of being a sorry-ass candidate and not stepping up. Like, you could at least say something to the people. Okay, guys, it ain't looking good, but you never know. Keep up the faith. I appreciate everybody's hard work. At least get out there and thank the people who bust their ass for you. At least do that. She didn't even do that. So yeah, I'm legitimately pissed off because I'm like, damn, you couldn't even do that? God, she fucking sucks. Can't even thank the people for doing all that damn work for you, for your sorry ass. Like, come on, man. I'm looking. They got RFK over here in the background. He just talking to. I saw one of the senators. I forget his name. The dude who was about to fight. Y'all remember I did a video of, if y'all been here long enough, y'all seen the video. It was a senator. He was about to fight. I wish I could remember his name. Wait. Okay. Yeah, they gave Trump Georgia. They haven't given him Pennsylvania yet. They about to count some more stuff. It's probably gonna take a minute for them to count that. Yeah, we probably in it till. I mean, we gotta stay in it. At this point, we gotta see who won. We're gonna know before tomorrow. Before too late until it's gonna be. It's gonna be in. I bet another hour we're gonna know who won. So I'm gonna be here. Like I'm with it. If y'all with it, I'm with it. So I'm gonna just be here regardless. I love this red wave. It says Christine King. Her true colors came out. I mean, she's been showing that type of behavior the whole time, but I thought that she would like improve and show some grace. I'm really disappointed in her for that. Yeah, shout out to the salty tears, Linda. I'm definitely gonna be happy about that. I want to see, trust and believe. I want to see them unhappy and miserable, and at least until we make America great again. But I'm still disappointed that their leader, effectively, their leader is Kamala Harris right now, or at least it was. But she bailed. Montana Health. That's an interesting name. I'm from Montana. Our Senator John Tester got $150 million of outside campaign money, and he. Let me go back. Let me see what's happening on TYT. What is that with Anna? Anna just showed up at the end. Are they still talking about this shit? See, that's why. See, this is why I'm so glad Donald Trump is kicking their ass. They're still over here talking about, you stop the certification. Stop the certification. Shut up. Nobody cares. These people don't talk about what Americans care about. Imagine if they did talk about what Americans cared about. It's so fake and fraudulent, guys. It's so fraudulent. Y'all hear this?
Not only did the bro strategy work, and the bro strategy largely worked along the lines of white men, but that the bro strategy also had some impact in terms of Latino and black men who came along and gave higher percentages.
All right, Carl, weigh in.
I just want to make one more point with one.
These people are Trump Duran, guys.
This week. And here's what he said, if Trump wins. He said he won because black men felt that Democrats and elites put immigrants before us. Your thoughts?
Facts?
I just think that that's possible. I don't know that for a fact. I think there are tensions between racial groups, and people might feel that. Obviously, you can exploit those tensions, and you can exacerbate them to the point where you can politically benefit from it. Do I think that's the reason he won? No. I think the reason he won is you look at that bro strategy and the white male turnout and white grievance politics that he has used to great effect in this country.
Carl.
I think he's trailing trailing his prior 2020 numbers with whites.
Well, you know what? I think that the bros,
Hispanics and black males.
Yeah.
It's not sufficient to make up. It's not sufficient to have this kind of night.
I just think it is extremely odd to suggest that black men are somehow prejudiced because they vote for a white candidate who says, I want to make certain that everybody has an opportunity to succeed in our great economy. I want you to be more prosperous, and I will do things that will make it possible for you to make a better life.
Exactly.
Now, that is an appeal to their best instincts. He did not go out and say, vote for me because I'm not a woman. Don't vote for me because I'm a white man.
Exactly.
They would not have attracted those votes. They got attracted to him because they thought he was a strong, effective leader, and they thought he would do something about the issues they cared the most about, which is an economy in which they think they get the short stick, inflation, which has decimated their purchasing power, and illegal immigration, which has affected their communities deeply. And to suggest that somehow black men are racist because they supported a white man is just too far, Juan.
You're distorting my comments, but let me just say...
Here we go.
We're not saying most black men did not vote for Donald Trump. So I never said anything like that. That's just not true.
Oh, you suggested it's only
I'm saying to you, I'm saying to you that in terms of this bro strategy for white males, the whole notion of I'm bad, I hate women in the most disparaging way. There's some men who just said, you know what? I get into, I want to be around that. I want to be a badass guy.
Can you still hear me?
Trump's image and the character.
Hold on.
Harold Ford Jr. we offered to make their life better.
Harold Ford Jr. I tend to agree with Juan about January 6th. I'm surprised by the fact that the country got over that as quickly as it's
all right, I'm running a quick test.
The political comeback. I've said here earlier, I think that the fact that some of these issues around the economy and the border were not addressed more forthrightly, I think had an impact. That being said, we're going to have some analysis around this and around whether or not the driving up support amongst men, what was behind that, how did it work, did the gender gap with women, did black women, white women, Hispanic women, we still don't know those numbers. We'll have an opportunity to dig into some of those things, but I don't interpret what Juan is saying any more than that.
All right, more to talk about here.
There's a lot more coming up as election night moves on at 1:15 on the East Coast. We continue to get more vote in. We will be able to make some calls when that vote is in full. Our coverage continues now.
All right,
stay with us.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely good on Fox. Yeah, Newsmax, but they're waiting on Associated Press. He's screaming and he already won. But yes, well, yeah, I agree. Of course, I think that he won, but they're waiting on Associated Press. And without them, they're not. It's not going to be fully accepted without Associated Press. Van Jones crying. Liberal hive mind. I forgot about him, but yeah.
Your impression of what this means tonight?
Well, I think this means a lot to a lot of people. I think the working class.
The reason there's a reason why educated people vote blue. I can't stand these people. What we're seeing is the uneducated people of America holding the rest of the country hostage. This is why there's such a push to weaken education, ban books, and outlaw the teaching of Black history by the Republican Party. So, okay, let me know if any of y'all went to school, you got kids went to school, let me know if they didn't learn Black history, and if they banned books that were non-pornographic books. So y'all let me know, because they're not doing any of it. This is what an educated person is saying, a PhD. This is what a PhD professor, this person's teaching people at college level, a professor. This is what they're saying. So, okay. Trump wins Pennsylvania. Okay, that's 8 minutes ago. No picture showed up. Yeah, we're just waiting. At this point, we're just waiting on Trump to come out. We're waiting on a victory speech now. Got Libs of TikTok over here. Said congrats. Oh yeah, definitely. That's a W. Y'all know MJ could fly, right? Like, this was crazy. Like, you know, when people say they want to be like Mike, because this was like the craziest dunk like ever. Like, till this day, people don't dunk like this. This man could just, the way he could fly is crazy. But yeah, okay, I think I get it. So, Linda, I think you're like a little further back in time. So when you see this, just know you're probably a little further back in time, because yeah, I don't want you to be behind on the Trump speech. So you could fast forward if you want, or you could just, you know, not do that. It's up to you. Let me see what else is going on. So yeah, they called it.
Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania. Former President Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania, and thereby he is on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States. With this, the path for Vice President Harris
is impossible.
Has narrowed, and there's really no path going forward. It's vanished. This is historic. Everything was about Pennsylvania. Everything from the beginning was about Pennsylvania. Now, former President Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania. And we can make that call, the 19 electoral votes. We are now projecting that.
Look, God bless the USA, baby. God bless the USA. God bless the USA. Look, God bless the USA. All right.
That Donald J.
Trump wins 2024 presidential election. Even fake news website Mediaite called it. Okay. I didn't want to share Mediaite's. I didn't want to share their thing because the Mediaite get on my freaking nerves. I'm definitely sharing that. Shout out to Libs of TikTok. Yep, it's over now, guys. We just waiting now. We just waiting on this sweet victory speech, baby. We waiting on this sweet victory speech. Look, shout out to CC. Okay, thanks for stopping in. Of course, shout out to you again, Linda. Shout out to Nico. Okay, shout out to Roberto. I think Roberto done dipped now, but shout out to him because Roberto is dropping all kinds of coins, dropping them dollars. Okay, and Roberto lucky I don't strip. Okay, I hit the pole. No, I'm kidding. So, but let's see. Yeah, everybody who's still here who wants to celebrate this resounding victory, I appreciate y'all being here. Okay, look, we about to make America great again. We got tired of this inflation, the immigration. It was too much. And y'all heard that dummy. This is what I wanted to talk about. This dummy from CNN. I know y'all heard that. I'm gonna turn this down for a second. Turn that off. This dummy from CNN. I think it's a black dude. You couldn't see it because I don't have CNN up, but they were playing it in the background here. This dummy was saying that it's this bro culture and we have literally been telling them what we want. We have literally been telling them our grievances. But no, they in their head, it's like they can't believe what we're saying because we're too dumb to formulate our opinion. Instead, they want to formulate it for it. Like, no, it's just the bro culture and it's the culture that just is misogynistic and wants to oppress women. Like, these people are stupid. And then they started talking about it being white men, and the guy was saying, well, it's not white men because the margins with white men are down for Trump and is up for other groups of men like black men. And this dummy just kept going in circles. His brain can't compute. These are the highly educated people. You know, these people are like mainly attorneys, right? They're like licensed attorneys. They went to school, they graduated, got their master's, which is their law degree, and they got a license in whatever state, sometimes multiple states. And then they end up as some sort of news anchor, personality, you know, whatever, some combination of those things, some sort of journalist. And then they get on TV and they start saying stupid stuff like this. These people are not smart, guys. They believe they're smart. They hang around other elites who think that they're smart, but they're really stupid. That's the real reason why Kamala Harris is losing, because these people thought that they were smarter than us. But nah, they got outsmarted. And that's why we're going to make America great again. So I'm gonna turn their volume up. We'll see what they're talking about while I scroll here.
I was just going to say that one thing that can happen here, and it happened to Biden in my view. When Biden was elected, we had every reason to believe that he would be this sort of moderate deal-making guy that he'd been when he was in the Senate.
Oh yeah, I want to hear this. Hold on, don't pause it. Don't pause it. I gotta make sure it's.
Had Republican friends and so on. We thought that.
Gotta make sure it's ahead, but I want to hear this. I'm gonna full screen this for a second.
A lot of votes still out there. No plans for any concessions, certainly at this point. But I can tell you in conversations we've had with a series of individuals, including a Democrat who was attending a donor event that was taking place at one of the glitzy hotels not far from where we are here in Washington, D.C. They say the atmosphere there was like a funeral. Another person said that the situation, in their words, was just, quote, not good right now. We did hear earlier a lot of votes still out there.
Like a funeral. That is hilarious, bruh. I'm sorry. That is too funny.
And Biden and the country would have been better off because of it. There's always a danger in overreading your mandate. One wonders if Trump will be sober-minded about his.
I think that happened to Biden. Early on, remember he said he's going to be
Thank God.
And then the historians came in and said, no, you can be bigger than FDR. So he says, fine, okay.
Attending a donor event that was taking place.
Turn that off. Let me read the comments. We back, baby. It's been so long. Of course. Nah, thank you for stopping in for sure. And the pleasure is mine. You know, doing YouTube and stuff is hard. I post videos on like the same content on Rumble, post on X, and doing the content creation is not easy because you gotta look up the information. You gotta understand it. You don't want to be looking like an idiot, so you gotta understand what the hell. You know, and I add special clips and try to add funny stuff in there. So yeah, it's a lot. But the reason I do it is because I actually enjoy it. I like keeping myself informed. I like keeping y'all informed. And I definitely have a strong sense of purpose because I realize of how deceptive the left is. And if they stop, then I'll probably stop. Because, I mean, what is there to talk about? But as long as they're basically, in my view, being evil, then I'm going to do good and I'm not going to stop. They're going to keep relentlessly being evil. I'm going to be relentlessly good. And that's all there is to it. So I'm not going to ever lie, deceive, you know, do anything stupid with you guys. Like, yeah, some stuff might be clickbaity, but that's at the most. But it's certainly not false information, pretending people said things they didn't say, like straight up lies, propaganda. I'll never be that person, ever, for no amount of money, no amount of positions. It's not worth it to me because, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, that's just not in my spirit, but everybody got to answer to the man above. And even if you don't believe in that sort of thing, karma tends to come back and strike hard, quick, fast, and in a hurry. So why be a liar? Because you just want to achieve a purpose? Because you want to see an Indian woman become the president? Because you hate Donald Trump? Like, because you're getting paid a lot of money? What's the reason? I don't know the reason. So... too big to rig, and I know God heard a lot of prayers tonight. Oh, absolutely. I'm going to pray right now, and I'm not even joking. Thank you, Lord, for bringing us this far. Thanks for saving this man. I saw him get shot in his ear, and I thought the evil had won. For a second, it got me. I thought the evil had won, and I'm trying not to get too emotional praying, but I thought the evil had won for a brief moment. I was like, Lord, I can't believe this is happening. But you didn't let evil triumph. You brought this man to the ground and you lifted him back up. And he said, fight, fight, fight. And now we're here. Now we're here. So thank you. From the bottom of my heart, I don't want to pull a Van Jones, so I'm not going to cry right now. But I'm telling you, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I'm holding back the tears because it's been a long journey, and it was always a possibility that we didn't make it here, and Kamala Harris could have won. The fake news could have won. The lies could have won. The Project 2025, the dictator, the whatever, all of that could have won. And it got closer than I would have liked. But at the end of the day, this time, good triumphed over evil. And I think that we should all celebrate that and stay vigilant, because the fight's not over. You know, they're going to fight probably the certification of it. They're going to accuse the Republicans of voter fraud. They're going to accuse them of voter intimidation. They're going to accuse them of voter suppression. There's going to be protests. I mean, there's going to be everything. There's going to, oh, he's an insurrectionist. They're going to try to sentence him. He has a sentencing coming up. So the fight isn't over, guys. It really never stops. I'm sorry for those who feel like, well, I'm tired of fighting. But it doesn't matter if you're tired of it. I mean, you could give up, but if you do, then the Democrats win, and then evil wins, and you don't want that. And not every Democrat's evil, but the people in charge, most of them are. So, look, appreciate you. Phila, is that your name, like, abbreviated? Like, I can't. It just ends with ... Chilla the. I can't pronounce it. Look, I'm running out of brain power tonight. It's late. It's like about 2:00 in the morning. Chilla the Gore, I appreciate you. Yo, that is a fun animation. I don't like, yo, I really didn't give too many. I have given super chats and stuff before, but I didn't know you could. These freaking emotes are awesome. So I learned Black history, no porn in the library. Oh, I'm sure you did, Linda, but I'm talking about the people in school now, because they're acting like kids aren't learning Black history in the name. It's not about Black history. It's false that it's about Black history. Critical race theory is not Black history. The two are totally unrelated. Critical race theory discusses anything related to race for all races, not just Black. Black history is very specifically about Black people and the history for Black people. Critical race theory is about critical race theory, as the name implies. I'm reading comments here. This is amazing. I don't believe it. What an amazing comeback. Oh yeah, we did it. We mother loving did it. And yes, damn. Shout out to the 50. I know I called it out before, but I think I didn't express enough emphasis that it was at $50. So appreciate you, brother. And I can't see the picture, so brother or sister, but I'm presuming brother. So correct me if I'm wrong. Oh yeah. Yeah, I definitely I do what I can, so I love making the content. So it's just because the election's over, don't expect any gaps. I'm gonna have to pretty much be like, if there's a day where I miss creating a video, something went horrendously wrong. So be worried. if I miss any days, be worried. Like, what the hell happened to you, Black Anomaly? Trump. We earned it. They could cheat again. They cheated last time without a shadow of a doubt. They tried it this time too, but I mean, what are you gonna do? Like, cheat in somebody's face? Like, where? I mean, they literally had over 500 attorneys. There's only 50 states, but they had like 500 attorneys, and I think they said like over 1,000 poll watchers. So they could try. Urge of tears. I want to see him cry some more. Look at this loser. Y'all remember Mark Cuban? This freaking loser. They started calling him Rachel Maddow. Did y'all hear that? They started calling him Rachel Maddow because in a weird way he looks like Rachel Maddow now because of the funny way he's dressed. This dude is such a fraud. This guy is nothing. He didn't used to look anything like that. What is Trump? What is this? Hold on. I got to turn it down a little bit. Wait a second. Trump still hasn't come out yet. Make sure it's up to date. So it's not, the stream's not behind. Trump just hasn't come out yet. So let me see. Yo, we lit out here. Oh yeah, we definitely sharing that. We definitely sharing that. Tell me why Trump literally this don't look like AI, bro. Like, did Trump pre-film this? Trump is literally he did this. He literally made this video intentionally, bro. Like, that's crazy. This is not like a fake. Look at it. This is clearly Donald Trump. This is clearly him. Who told him to make this video, bruh? That's crazy. Look, I mean, it was a bomb-ass campaign. Oh, hold on. What was I going to do? I'm going to do the fire. We going fire. I'm put like 20 fires up in there. Boom. What is this one?
With this.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sharing. I've seen this video so many damn times. I'm not sharing that again. It says NBC just realized that the Democrats not running an actual campaign and just making their entire platform not Trump is not a great strategy. Are you effing joking right now? They just now realized. Let me see what this person says.
The key to getting elected president.
Well, I think obviously he's got his own unique style, and he speaks.
Oh, that was in 2016. I never saw that. I never saw that before.
His language, but I also think when we were talking about this earlier, I think Jim Messina was talking about it, that Democrats had made the decision to basically just campaign to be anti-Trump. And for the last 10 years, it's been primarily anti-Trump.
The key to getting.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, there's a reason for that. I mean, they weren't winning on the issues, so they just made stuff up. Another reason why I can't stand Democrats.
HQ projects, Decision Desk HQ can now project that former President Donald Trump will be our next president, the 47th president of the United States. DDHQ projects Trump will win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Having just predicted that he will win Alaska, that will put him at 270, and that will win the Electoral College. Decision Desk.
Boom. Get your ass whooped.
HQ can now.
Look, I'm going to share it again. I'm going to share it everywhere. That's a wrap. Thanks. Okay. George Santos. I don't feel like listening to George right now. Because George said something about Kamala Harris and Diddy, and I mean, the whole thing didn't even go nowhere. I'm like, all right, George, you wasting my time, bruh. Okay, I'm gonna skip that one. All right, that's a wrap. Okay, I already looked at that. All right, so we just waiting here. We just waiting here. I'm gonna still be here, but I'm gonna go off camera for a second, but I'm gonna let this audio play while I'm off camera.
In many ways, return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again. Yeah. And I think that is another liberating factor.
80%, paid families at 84%, and I can go on, and I have. But no, the establishment.
Look, all right, Gary, see ya. See ya, buddy. Yeah, my internet keeps like on my side. I don't know if it's freezing on y'all side, but on my side, it just kind of just conks out. So you can clearly see the screens going out.
Democrats say, no, I want the money. I want the money. Oh, yes, donors. Yes, donors. Yes, donors has destroyed the Democratic Party. That is by far the biggest problem the Democratic Party has. Some extreme positions of the left.
I think, you know what? Let me try not having these two up at once.
Had only added on top. So we've got to clean house and start over. We should run on economic populism, what Bernie ran on in 2016. He went from about 2% to nearly winning the whole damn thing because it was so popular. Go back to things that are fair, humane, serve equality, justice, and that the American people love. Please.
All right, I'm gonna turn Jink off.
And the leftists are no longer an issue electorally because they've all been wiped out all throughout the country. There's almost none left. So congratulations on that. Okay, we've got to get back to sanity. We can, and we've got to rebuild. And the good news is when a party is this thoroughly destroyed, when you lose to a sociopathic clown twice, you rebuild. You got nothing left. If you're trying to maintain the structure of the Democratic Party and go, no, if we just do it one more time, if we just listen to Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi one more time. No, well, I mean, so if you think I'm mad at leftists who went a little too far, those corporate Democrats, biggest clowns in the world. And I'll never, ever, ever listen to them. All they've done is led to the total destruction of the Democratic Party.
Did you guys not? I mean, so we saw some of the clips for those who've been here like the whole time. You saw the clips where they're already making excuses. They're already saying that they didn't really do anything wrong. In some cases, they're saying they did something wrong. In some cases, they're not saying it. So I don't think that they're going to learn their lesson. I don't know. Maybe they will, but the lesson that they didn't learn is, hey, maybe if you send illegal immigrants en masse and prioritize them over American citizens, people won't like that. I know we're still waiting on Trump. The people waving their hats, but we don't know when he's going to come out. Yeah, we don't know when he's going to come out. It says that Trump W breaking the internet.
All right, we got to take a break. We'll be back.
All right, good. So so I guess that's an observation I made. So apparently, even my freaking
everywhere you look, things are getting...
even my okay. I think they're waiting on AP, if we're being honest. Because Fox News called a News Nation, but that's what I was trying to tell you guys earlier, is that Associated Press is over. Even if Kamala Harris it's just not going to happen. So I think that they're waiting until it's definitive. But Wisconsin, she's not coming back over 100K votes in Wisconsin. Michigan, she's getting smoked in Michigan. What the hell happened in Michigan? She's close to losing by 300K. Like she had 200, about 270K is how much she's losing. That's a lot. These are big margins. These aren't small. That's a lot. 100,000. See, Arizona was close. It's still kind of close. That's close. 20,000 is close. That's close. 300,000 in Michigan is not close, guys. That's not close, but yeah, I think they're just hanging on. So, look, you like it, I love it. So, I know it depends. So, guys, it depends on who declares him the winner. So, Associated Press, if they declared him the winner, like, this is literally from Associated Press. So, if they don't use Fox News and Newsmax and all, like, what's actually considered official is Associated Press. So what's actually official is the actual votes. But with like the whole, I guess, organization, the whole news organization, they in general consider Associated Press to be the authority on the election result, not even themselves, like not Fox News and MSDNC and all that. So yes, I agree that Trump has won, but until they agree, that's probably why Trump hasn't come out. They said they're just like right backstage. So if they didn't come out, they believe that they won, but they don't want to embarrass themselves and the Democrats cheat and then somehow win. And it's like, oh, I gave a victory speech for nothing. As a matter of fact, they criticized him last time for giving a victory speech before he had definitively won. So Trump he's gotten better, guys. Like, I'll give him credit. I think that it's fair to not do it. Like, we all want to see him come out and declare victory, but if he wants to wait, then let him wait. I will say this: Trump is about to get he's about to get the popular vote, guys. Like, Kamala Harris, well, she's still got a ways to go in California, but Trump is getting a lot in California too. Like, man, I mean, of course Harris is winning, but Trump is real close to popular vote. I don't I don't see how he can not get it. And he's about to win Nevada. Damn, he is beating her. So her cheeks are getting clapped, bro. Like, I'm sorry. I am sorry. I was trying to go like directly to them. Yeah, see, this is just how they have it. 214, 248. So until Associated Press makes their official update, I just don't think Trump's going to come out. Okay, they're checking the mic. They're checking the mic.
And he has won re-election. So buckle up, brace for impact. We're going to have 4 years of anarchy and chaos. My prediction, which is not a big one, is they're going to rob the place blind. All of his donors are going to get everything they wanted. There's going to be almost no checks on him. Last time the establishment checked him, I'm not a big fan of the establishment, but they put some brakes in the car for Donald Trump, and he's a guy who needed brakes. Now there will be no brakes in the car. Steve Bannon's back. All of the ghouls and goblins of the first administration that stayed through all of his corrupt and ridiculous demands are back. None of the people who had any sanity are back. And they're...
I mean, this guys, he wanted Liz Cheney. Bear this in mind. This guy wanted Liz Cheney. Like, he didn't really want Liz Cheney, but he was okay with Liz Cheney. That's not good, guys. Like, he knew the Liz Cheney strategy was bad, but he accepted it for a Democrat victory. So, I mean, this guy he does not have room to talk, but whatever.
Time Donald Trump drove up the debt by 40%. He added $8.4 trillion to the debt because he doesn't care. He's going to give away a couple more $1 trillion in corporate tax cuts. Every donor is going to get more goodies than you could possibly imagine. They'll break so many things in this country. There is no upside to that. It's a disaster. But I cannot imagine a scenario where Donald Trump does a good job and a Republican gets elected in 2028.
This guy is delusional. He's still trying to blame COVID, the COVID deficit on Donald Trump. Like, the Democrats wanted the stimulus checks. The Democrats wanted the shutdowns in the first place. Then you needed stimulus checks because of shutdowns. Democrats wanted both. Trump agreed. And then afterward, what did they do? First, they said he only cared about the economy because he wanted to keep the economy open. But then when he wanted to shut down and the economy was damaged, they blamed him for the economy. So it was a damned if you do, damned if you don't. That's how the Democrats roll. They don't play fair. And that's the only reason why Trump wasn't able to be president between 2020 to now. But because of their BS, unfortunately, you had to have people like Laken Riley and Jocelyn Angarai perish amongst many, many, many others in order to get here. Jenkins is just a Trump deranged lunatic. So, of course, he doesn't ever think any Republican does a good job, but he was supporting Kamala Harris, a lady who had a horrible record as vice president, who was running with warmonger, bloodthirsty Liz Cheney, failed conservative Republican congresswoman. Father, known warmonger. Democrats hate Liz Cheney. And then they just accepted her as some sort of weird fake coalition. This is the main reason why Democrats lost this election. It was too fraudulent. Like, the fact that it's even this close is just crazy. It's insane, seriously. But yeah, like Kamala Harris. So this is what. You still at what is that? 100 and roughly 124,000. Yeah. That's Wisconsin's done. Michigan is really like, God, she's getting smoked. I thought that it started to look like she might get Michigan, but damn, I was wrong. Let me see. Jenkins delusional. Chunky yogurt is a donkey graper. She did. Okay. Wow. It says, I'm going to enjoy watching mainstream media meltdown. Oh, yeah. It's going to be going on for years, guys. Oh, stay tuned. Because I'm going to be making videos all the time. I'm going to be making video after video after video, roasting the hell out of them. So it looks like they actually, so Kamala Harris is winning in Minnesota. At first, at one point, she was losing Minnesota, and I got shook. I was like, she not about to lose Minnesota, too, with Tim Walz' place? But this dummy, God, they made so many mistakes. Why the hell did they pick Tim Walz instead of Josh Shapiro? Josh Shapiro was a popular governor of Pennsylvania. He was the governor of Pennsylvania. You telling me that the Arab vote was more important than Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania is like the deciding factor. Like for that, it was just stupid. You can win without Pennsylvania. It's just very unlikely. It just doesn't happen. It literally hasn't happened my entire life. There's never been anybody my whole life. You win the election, and you didn't get Pennsylvania too. You either get it and win, or you don't get it and you lose. So, and I think it's been literally, I think every other state, that's been the case. I'm trying to make sure like I don't piss my neighbors off. Like I told y'all, that's why I try not to be too loud. So I'm kind of like listening, like, cause I've seen somebody knock on my neighbor's door before. One of my neighbors was playing loud music at like 2 a.m. and dude just comes, just boo, boo, boo. Like, hey man, can you turn that down? So I'm trying not to be too loud here. Yeah, you said Shapiro wouldn't have done much better. I mean, I guess I'm confused, like why you would think that. I mean, because you got Kamala Harris and Tampon Tim running, so Shapiro's not even, he's not a factor. If he's the VP, if he's the face, if it's the Harris Shapiro administration, I feel like that's a lot stronger. That's a lot tougher of a race for Pennsylvania. Like that's just how I see it. I don't. Nobody likes Tim Walz, guys. Like they're not gonna pick Tim Walz over Shapiro in Pennsylvania. They want that. First off, he was the governor of Pennsylvania, and secondly, he's Jewish. They lost a lot of the Jewish vote because of the way they treated Israel. Like, and the way they treated Shapiro was bad. Like they look like anti-Semitic fools. They look like political hacks. That's why they're getting their butt kicked so bad. But yeah, the Associated Press is so I'm gonna tell y'all what they did, because I mean obviously ain't nobody come out yet, so we'll obviously see when they come out. But what the Associated Press did is they called a lot of these earlier, but since now is down to the end, now they're waiting to know for sure, so they're not calling it. Oh yeah, trust. Yeah, I know Shapiro is not a great guy. I don't like Shapiro. But that don't got nothing to do with Democrats. Like Democrats apparently they took Liz Cheney. They'll take anything. So yeah, but I mean, even if they are waiting, I mean, come on, guys, 95%. Like Kamala Harris would have to get every single vote for her to win Pennsylvania. So, and it's not gonna happen. I mean, look, okay, valid point. There's no one who could, you don't think there's anyone who could have helped Harris? Valid point, because she is pretty damn trash. Garbage can. Okay, they keep checking it. Y'all done checked this mic about so many freaking times. Like, just let Trump come out. I don't know if he's gonna wait, because AP might be BSing. So I don't know if he's gonna wait. I don't know, but obviously he's waiting right now. But Trump did a good ass job. Look, that damn garbage truck and that McDonald's trip. Like, shout out to garbage and McDonald's. Okay. They made too many mistakes. Turn them up, see what they're talking about.
Presidency, and one untethered maybe from some of the things that were holding him back. what comes to mind is an Oval Office meeting that we had where Dr. Fauci was urging him not to open the country. And I watched President Trump fight vociferously, saying people are losing their jobs. We must open the country. He wanted to do it sooner than he did. I think that Donald Trump, who goes with his instincts, is going to be a Trump that ultimately leads a very successful country in second term.
You know, Martha,
Look at that.
Joe Biden mentioned the word unity more in his inaugural
Look at
address.
Cardi B. We need a Hail Mary. This fool came out. Imagine how dumb they must feel coming out near the end. Look, is there a loser meme that I can post? Let's see what is available. So all of these are pretty. All of these are, I mean, they're okay. They're okay. I like the one that says pathetic. I like this one too. The little girl down here. Loser. I'm gonna just do the one at the top left. Yeah, let's do this one. I'm gonna do ha. Loser. Okay. And I'm going to yell at her. So I'm gonna yell at Cardi B. Okay, so you can officially say fake news propaganda. Black Anomaly Rising yells at Cardi B. Ha, loser. Okay, we're gonna play it, make sure it's good. Boom. Ha, loser. We gotta make sure we rub it into Cardi B. Let me see if she said anything else. Okay, so she got Harris's joint on here. I'm not gonna. I don't know what this is, so I'm not gonna okay, she ain't really. Yeah, she didn't really say nothing else. That's the last thing she said. Cardi B gave it up. Cardi B gave it up. She was done. All right, I'm just looking over Mark Cuban, aka Rachel Maddow. Kamala HQ. Kamala HQ is done. That is freaking hilarious. Got him. Look at that. That's a great one. I love that one. Landslide. Why do you think this happened? Michael Rappaport. Michael Rappaport. Look, I'm gonna ask him. Did he vote for Trump or not? Because he said he might vote for Trump. So did he vote for Trump? I can't tell if Michael Rappaport. But I got a whole playlist. If you haven't checked it out, check out Michael Rappaport's playlist on the channel, because he said he used to hate Trump, but then he kind of came around. But he never said he was voting for Trump, so I don't know. I'm gonna just say, did you vote for Trump? I want to know. I want to know, did Michael Rappaport vote for Trump? All right, Lily. I guess I'm pretty sure Lily lost. Where was she? I can't remember where she was running again, but I'm pretty sure she lost. Yeah, she says, I did not win my congressional seat tonight. I'm so happy. Yo, Lily was based. Look, shout out to Larry Elder. Larry Elder is out there. He was out there in California. I think Larry Elder would be great, either as president, congressman, governor. Terrence Williams just posted a video. Video dancing. Hold on. Yeah, this update is like live, so. Hold on, let me see. Dear Oprah and Robert De Niro, Trump won the United States is still the freest country in the world. You're welcome, America. That's hilarious. Oh, they pouring one out. They pouring one out. Yes, sir. Let me look up. Oh, yeah. Oh, Terrence. Okay, I know who Terrence is. The comedian. It says Kamala just called Trump and conceded. Wait, where do I find this? It says, what accent did she? Guys, I can't deal with this. I can't deal with this. It's too much. It's too much. It's a happy overload. It's a happy, I'm be like, Good game, loser. I'm petty today. Y'all gonna have to excuse me today. Y'all might be like, oh my gosh, you're so petty. Look, I gotta be petty today. I'm sorry. I gotta be petty today. Okay, Trump, it said 27 seconds. He's about to, is he reading over a speech or something? Okay. So yeah, Trump's about to come out. That was 16 minutes ago, and then I'm pretty sure his Truth Social. You know what? I should have had his Truth Social up. That was a mistake of mine, so my bad. I should have had the Truth Social up. Wait, who is this? I'm gonna look up Terrence Williams. Let me look up Terrence Williams since you mentioned Terrence. Wait, hold on. What did that say? Trump flipped 4 counties in Tim Walz, Minnesota. Not a single county flip.
Accompanied by
Hold on.
President-elect J.D. Vance.
Let's get it.
Second Lady Usha Vance.
It's time, baby.
And campaign staff.
We out here to be an American, and at least I know I'm free. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This man, let's freaking go, baby.